sound effect. I raise my eyebrow going, huh? You wouldn't say. I know, I'm trolling you. I am oh, I'm in a good mood, chat. I'm in a good mood. And this is 10 Metre Tide. Say hello to the YouTube bot chatters. Oh, this story includes scenes. Extra scenes will take place before the events of the main narrative. They're explaining this to us. There's a crazy stuff in there, man. Some twiddly things and scene packets. Rather than being set in an appendix, these extra scenes interlock with the main story. Okay, so we got non-linear storytelling. That's sweet. By the way, YouTube, we not only got hit visual novel author Tomaten Toaster in the chat. She's here. We also got Spamton from Deltarune in the chat, here to give color commentary. To distinguish the two, every scene begins with a title card. Oh, I love title cards. Main scene cards are black with the title in uppercase. Okay, main scene, that's the main story. Should I take notes? Toasty, you played it. Should I take notes? Pink and gold commentary. Additional scene cards are gray with a title in brackets and lowercase. Okay, wait, I think I can manage to remember that. The reader may choose to bypass the extra scenes by using the jump function of this program. I don't think we should do that. In that case, she may wish to return for a second reading and view the extra scenes in conversation with the main story. You just read it, yeah. Or she might choose to proceed through every scene on her first reading. I think I will proceed through every scene in my first reading. She may also read the main cycle of stories followed by the second cycle. Brackets, that's my copyright! Sue, sue! I love that we're using she pronouns for the reader. They know their audience. It's not me, it's you chatters. You're the audience. Maybe. Regardless of the reader's method or progress, no part of this story becomes obscured nor diverted from its initial state. Oh, it's like you could read it. It's different. Spamella! It's different depending on how the context. The text will change its meaning depending on having context or not, but it will still be one coherent thing. They were really cute when they made this, huh? Oh shit, oh, it's starting. I gotta turn this off and then, whoop. I'll tell it again. My memories evade me, but I'll put them in order. I'll fulfill more gaps this time. Hand me the needles. This is a media science student story. Good thing that's what I study. More like literary science. Literature is just media. In media res. Or jump to the next scene. No, I'll read it. I'll read the prequel. You shouldn't start in the middle. Huh? She, her, Spamton is just Spamton with the only difference that she has a huge and fake rag. Spamton, you're so funny. You shouldn't start in the middle. This could be about a lot of things. Like about a story or suing something or very cute. It's confusing. Oh. Miss Tolmy leant over my desk, leant over me and looked closer at what I'd put down to paper. It might have worked for the ancient Greeks, Albanel, but it feels a little wrong now. Start from the beginning. My focus faltered further with every word she spoke. Starting in the wrong place gives the reader the wrong idea. Like they missed something. Dude, your teacher knows nothing, Albano. Tell them they're wrong. I fuck with this. I'm the informed reader. She was so close. So close. 2. Really, follow the instructions. Start from the beginning. Don't skip ahead. It was just us in Miss Tolmy's classroom that day. It was hot, sticky. One of those Atlantic summers that hit late, suddenly, and with great force. My hair stuck to my forehead, and I was far more concerned about that than I was with her assignment. Be right back, my glasses are blurry. You got it, Spamton. Actually, I had flunked it on purpose, knowing that I would get a chance to discuss it with her, maybe in private. This turned out to be true, but One can only imagine my disappointment when I showed up after school and she was more interested in correcting my writing than she was in falling in love, let alone holding me close at the waist, gazing into my eyes while tension built, declaring that she was indeed perceptive of my advances and did intend to reciprocate. Yeah, no, this is, okay, I was, reading the description for this, I was like, is this even gonna be Yuri? Why is this in the Toxic Yuri jam? Nah, no, I stayed there, were like, it qualifies. I know we're not saying the story is about abuse and women, hot women. I know we're saying it's a story about intertextuality, but trust us, it belongs in the Toxic Yuri jam. Thank you very much, etc., etc. 3. Every time she bent near, I felt an intense gravity that pulled me nearer, an aura that she cast around her person, which invited me to exist alone in a field of passion. I was aware of the need to impress her, so I could return each day to her side. Wow, I definitely instinctively was going to say return to her side each day. I was also aware that of the need. I really need to lock in. This is not an easy read. This is not an easy read out loud game. Hold on, I really I have to scooch a little closer. I have to lock in. These sentences are not flowing how you would expect an easy conversational visual novel sentence to flow. Okay. I was also aware that of the need to be imperfect, lest she come to think of me as a braggart. Or worse, one in constant need of praise. It wasn't praise, but presence which I needed from her. Whether she found anything worth developing in my writing was immaterial. If she had to catch me on some road error, so be it. I felt no shame in showing my stupidity. If it would keep her close, then I would write as if possessed, one letter at a time, asking for her permission to move on to the next. A, yes or no. B, yes or no. C, yes or no. Okay, then C, and so on. Hopewell, okay, this is gonna be the part where it's gonna be simple. Also, does the game have... Oh, I'm hearing waves. Oh, there's the ocean. Thank you, game. Just when I was questioning if I should put on music. Watching it fall into the distance, I realized this was the first time I saw Fort Colwyn with the eyes of an outsider. I saw the island framed in the pincer of our bow wave, pulsing in and out of reality, alternately obscured by the planet's gentle curve and revealed by the tide we rode out to the Halifax. This will be understandable enough eventually. Yeah, even you understood. I believe so. Closing my eyes, I saw it from above. A misshapen pearl of an island in the bay, floating safe in the great lobster's claw. Maitland's Peninsula stretched down from the east. The great continent of Camden weighed heavy in the west. A thin ligament of land connected the two in the north. Back and with some freshly cleaned dealmakers. Sounds like you missed some yearning Yuri. Yeah. I think the game will have more of it though. I think there'll be a lot of it. And you missed that this game has prose. This is a prose type game. This is some... I'm getting Disco Elysium. I'm getting some Disco Elysium scent from this writing. I know I think Camden is a real place, but this sounds like when they go, the peninsula of Rivachol. Kind of, Sorry. Sorry to the authors. It sounds like a wonderful place. Thin ligament of land connected the two in the north. It was an inverted Walden for people like us, daughters of those who worked with their hands, content to explore our long stale island and use our imaginations to fill its inlets and coves. We made the new land lush, growing our home outward into the little ocean we thought of as endless. I saw Fort Colwyn's Camden side, where the people lived, all of them. The Vergor's restaurant, Erica's parents, lobsters, clams, and mussels, which could be scooped up by the basketful when the tide pulled back sheets of foaming sea and exposed the ocean floor's wriggling belly. The Burger store. Erica's general store, that's what everyone called it. The town's de facto meeting spot, the place we usually spent time together. The old cannery, long since decommissioned and boarded up, threatening with every new year to fall into the sea, to actually do it this time. Mr. Monkton laughed. Fuck. Good-natured. From the belly. "Thank God this place is still here," he said. "Oh, so ugly that no one bats an eye at the Monkton tags. It's too bad they saw it close in their lifetimes." I don't know if I can do that voice the whole time. "Out of all people," I said. "You should know," I said. "That oil won't last forever," I said. "Dad." "Long enough to see me out and for you and your kids someday. I mean, to never have to worry about money," he retorted. "And it's on the up right now anyways." The old cannery, so empty now of its substance that cannery was a mere suggestion as to its past life. Useless to everyone besides as a secret place for our few teenagers to smoke and kiss. A health hazard. A shrine to Erica. The Camden post office. More outgoing than incoming. Someone's home. Really, in the late summer and fall, a keeper lived there. His game's pretty. The cemetery. More living than dead. Birds and squirrels and fire ants. Mostly empty plots and a beautiful place to catch one's breath. A handful of souls who spent summers enjoying the island life. And Erica's grandparents. So we have a shrine to Erica. Maybe Erica is not with us anymore. The breakwater, where Mr. Nicolette appeared invariably at the break of day to bring goods, mail, tourists in the summer, food, the news. The rare workman who, uninterested in the rest of it, walked through town and our small woods to inspect the Monkton oil tanks, the pipes, the dock, the rarer ship fueling up or unloading. Not that I knew or cared exactly what they were doing. My dad's business, not mine. I saw Maitland side too. The tanks, the pipes, the dock, and that's it. A useful place to store gas for the ships that traveled east from one country to the other. Legally, it was all Maitland side, the whole island, but since it was an ugly and useless patch of dirt, no one had ever lived there until a few generations ago. Okay, wait, map. Yeah, that's Maitland side and that's the other side. There's Maitland side and there's Camden side. The opportunistic fishermen of Camden found it to be a good place. The poor weather whipped up a fine mackerel breeze, they said, a fine place to fish in troubled waters, where they pulled up sardines by the thousands. They built a cannery, a village for the people who worked the cannery, restaurants and stores to furnish the workers of the village. And when the fishing dried up, there was still a fine Camden village that pulled in tourists by the thousands. Some came from Maitland, but most came from Camden. They all sent their postcards home from the Camden post office because it was a Camden village after all. That's the way it was, until my father decided he wanted to expand his operation. More tanks and another dock meant more ships, more jobs, more taxes, and more business. The island would be transformed. Suddenly, Halifax turned its head to Fort Colwyn for the first time in 2 centuries and wondered why it quietly gave up on the contested territory so many years ago. The past inside the present. Okay. Whoa! I shouldn't react like that. I should be nonchalant. Women! Yeah! Cheer! Yeah, women! You're coming back soon? That's what she asked me. How long will you be? Yes, that's what she asked me. You'll write, right? Every day, I said. Just like every other time, but it might come late since there's only one ferry going in and out of Camden side these days. It feels different this time. Erica let me go, leaving me unsure what to do with my unclasped hands. I straightened out my shirt. It's funny seeing you dressed like that, she said, not really looking at me. You look like your dad. Not like... I just mean it's funny seeing you dressed that way. Like what? Like I'm going into an office? I kind of am, you know, me and my dad. We're going into an office. Offices, probably. And we're going to tell everyone to chill out a little. Why don't you tell your dad to chill out a little? Then everyone else will chill out a little. Down at her side, Erica clenched and unclenched her fist. I could see the muscles stretch up to her neck. I wouldn't know what to say, and it's his business and not mine, and if I knew what to say and was able to say it, it wouldn't change his mind. And if his mind's changed for whatever reason, it wouldn't matter. They're already settling on getting everyone out of here. Everyone who isn't supposed to be here. And that's what they said after my dad first made his proposal. But that's almost everybody. Fist. I know. You keep saying that, but you know that doesn't matter, and most everyone else has been happy to take their check and leave, so I already kind of know what this game is about. I did read the page, so I'm giving it to you now. If you clicked on it, you've watched this without knowing anything. It's kind of about this island where industry is coming back and all the inhabitants are leaving, and now it's like the last weekend in the abandoned village or something like that. Something of the likes. A big oil industry titan or something wants to take over the whole... No, doesn't want to. It takes over like the whole island village to start their operation, and everyone gets relocated. It's capitalism, yeah. That's the short version, I think. I actually hadn't connected it yet, but now that you're saying it, it might also be about capitalism. It's a lot of money. Okay, yeah, wait. It might be capitalism. It's capitalism, buddy. You're correct. Do you think it's about lesbian or not? Or maybe. Maybe it's about lesbian capitalism. Huh? Who knows? I'm never going to leave. I think... delicious Cromer. Finally, a game for Spamton. Outstretched hand. They'll have to make me. Fist. Pray that they won't. The closest Coast Guard station isn't too far from here, all things considered. Telling the truth without context can sound like a threat, but that wasn't my intention. We're still trying to figure this out without making a scene. Ideally, we can do so as a group of private citizens. Residents, I guess. This is the kind of thing that becomes an incident once news on the mainland gets wind of it. A little pork and beans war. Erica narrowed her eyes at me, squeezing out hot tears she had been hiding. I don't know what that is. I also don't. You always pull out something out to make me feel like an idiot. True enough, though I never meant to hurt her feelings. Every time I did, she shrunk a little and became a little harder, colder, more opaque, more impenetrable. From a soft embrace to a bony elbow in the ribs. Mistake. In the early 1800s it... Don't! A sharp rock in the shoe. I'm just trying to make a point. I don't care. Leave before you get left behind. A thread of fiberglass in the eye. Or lungs. Don't come back unless you figured it out. That's what she said, I thought. Don't be like that. But I walked onto the gangway without giving myself a chance to make it worse. Erica kicked a rock off the breakwater. Well, there's Erica, she's fine. An instant splash, the sound of the water's surface breaking and the rock's descent. That sound that feels like it was recorded in reverse. In a few hours, someone looking for clams might have walked down the slippery concrete steps and found that rock there on the wet sand. By then I was halfway to Halifax. Which is infamous, which is imbecile. Dude, it feels like it's flashing by. This is a fast read. Though the words may be complex. Well, not the words, the structure. The immense cold, firm and immovable since December, having overstayed its welcome once again, had finally given way to the start of spring. It was still cold. It was a different type of cold. The structure is very fun. Yeah, I'm like in the flash-ins of like the titles. It's like reading a very tiny chapter of a book. And you get the satisfaction of like, ooh, chapter complete. And then you use the chapter complete to jump to a different point, you know. Every chapter is gonna be like a little contained thing in one place, if I would have to guess right now, and then we, you know, now we're maybe days or years in the future, who knows. What once settled in your bones the instant you stepped outside became a fierce whip of wind that sliced at your face even as you felt the sun's warmth shine, though for the first time in months. At this time of year, the residents of Fort Colwyn prefer to drive, hobbling quickly over icy paths from warmed cars to warmed buildings, holding their hats and scarves close with tense limbs. That's 20 even. Or that's 20 even. That's 20 even. I think that's the enunciation. She looked so cute when she was working. 20, right. That's a fish. Here. That'll do it. The townie gave Erica some bills and received her bag of groceries. Okay, so I fuck with that. That's a customer, no, that's a fish. That reminds me of something, I'll pull that up. My favorite character, Fish Freddy! That reminds me, remind me about the Chinese fish anime after we're done with the novel. I gotta pull that up then. That's a little treat that you can look forward to. Or maybe don't. Maybe I'll be crying by the end. If I'm crying at the end, don't remind me. The townie gave Erica some bills and received her bag of groceries. More importantly, she also received a glossy magazine. It had an illustrated cover depicting a colorful beach from the point of view of an ocean kayaker. Most of the townies got the monthly Beam catalog and picked up with Erica. This was a time when getting the Beam catalog was your excitement for the week. Erica was Beam catalog level cute. I could have seen her modeling in it. She's going Yuri mode again. Waffle knit sweater, toque, boots. Thank you! Hi, Kausar Khan. We're reading. We're still pretty early. This Erica, we kinda like her, it's kinda Yuri, that's a fish. And we're left on this little island place that is going to be where the residents might all have to relocate because big business wants to reclaim its state here on the island, and now you're kind of caught up. Just let the prose wash over you, because this is a prose type visual novel that lets words just rain and rain and rain over you. And really understanding what's going on is only going to happen as enough words have washed over you and me. Thank you. And you still want Nextmov's catalog, right? Right now she's selling catalogs to the townspeople. Actually, no. Me and Tom and the boys are headed off for good in 3 weeks. The Monk Noil offer was too good this time. The townie explained as Erica's interest dropped precipitously. Fucking precipitously! I fucking crushed that word! What was it? What was the fucking offer? Oh, value of the house and, we don't have to sell it. And 150 for a build and our own lot and bath. Moving fees covered, everything. Erica counted the stacked catalogs, summing up on her fingers. Oh, no kidding. Erica does not fuck with everyone moving out. Erica earlier was like, they'll have to drag me out. I'm not leaving. So she's kind of disappointed by the people leaving. Cute and so serious and so... When she was deep in thought, her dark eyes shone and I could see something whirring behind them. Oh, no joke. They've been up in the valuations for everyone this week. If they keep going, even the strongest holdouts won't last the summer. Way too good of a deal. We could turn our place into a beach house. Come stay for 3 months a year. 15 copies left. This many still? Erica thought to herself. 90 days on a tourist visa, you mean? She replied out loud. She worried some more, the way I knew her to. If the worrying lasted long, I knew she was about to argue with me, calling me out over something she didn't get. Alba, seriously! Like I was using some word she had no access to, some word beyond reach for someone who spent all year on Fort Colwyn. As if my public school on the peninsula was some prestigious private academy where we experienced the joy of fine art, classical music, literature that, for some reason, was totally off limits to her. And that's why we got this fucking prose in this game, because fucking a nerd is the main character is a nerd who read like Shakespeare. I love the in-universe justification for the prose. As if she would ever come over and read on her own, borrowing my records, take my watercolors and paint for herself. She never did. Is that? Nerd emoji, awesome nerd emoji. Oh, it's a shame, yeah, but it's not too bad, Well, I'll hold it down until you move back full time. Me, the Mays, probably Mike and Marcus and their families. The Mays had been there 2 generations and were deeply in love with their house, the watering hole. Oh, the Mays are gone too. I saw they're going out with Mr. Nicole the day after we are. Oh shit, Erica said. Erica did appreciate those things, books and art, but she only wanted to hear of them from my mouth. Goofy fish voice, yes, I'm finding the voices, and I'm like, the fish, I cannot fuck up by giving the fish a goofy voice, because they literally said, we're drawing this townsperson as a fish, they're so unimportant. I can give them a goofy voice. Countless autumn evenings spent laying her head in my lap and drinking from the clear spring of the Maitlandish Canyon. Maitlandish Cannon. Canyon. I'm sure they'll be here later today if you want to hear what they got offered. I'm sure they got a lot of money. I'm sure you love hearing about this. That's okay, I don't really care. I'll see you next month, Erica said, smiling. That's what they said. Colwyn Hybrid English. Okay, and just for everyone to join in, whenever the little title cards is in brackets, like it was there, it's gonna be interspersed flashback that is interspersed in the story. And if it's in caps, then it's not a flashback. I think the game makes it kind of obvious. The Bay of Fundy. The Bay of Fundy lies between the maritime Canadian provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the U.S. state of Maine. Due to its unique geography, the tidal range of the bay is the highest in the world, ranging from 6 meters up to 16 near Wolfville in Nova Scotia's Midas Basin. The bay's upper boundary is defined by the Isthmus of Chignecto, a natural choke point and frequent battleground of the 7 Years' War. Following the expulsion of the Acadians, the war for American independence, the boom in whaling, the boom in shipbuilding, and Confederation, the Fundy region today is noted for its seafood and petroleum trades. I think they're giving us background on what's actually going on in the little island that we're on. Fort Colwyn is an island which sits in the entrance of Fundy's Mouth. That's where we are, Fort Colwyn. Historically uninhabited, except for a brief period stretching into the present. It is claimed by both the US and Canada, and, though a technicality, is recognized internationally as a Canadian holding. However, it is populated almost entirely with Americans, and is administered as an organized township of Maine. My father's work brings him there regularly. I live there in the summer. After I graduate, I expect to live there full time, unless I go to university. At the least, I'll spend most of the week there as I help with his business. That's fine, Albanel, Miss Tommy exhaled, her eyes scanning too fast over my writing. Okay, so this is not her holding a different shirt. We had this same constellation. That on the right is us. That's the us perspective. The one on the left we had in the first flashback. I was like, is she just thinking about wearing the shirt? No, that's her teacher that's speaking in pink. We know it's the teacher speaking, and they just didn't want to give the teacher a face because she probably only exists in the flashbacks. And the first scene was also her definitely wanting to kiss her teacher on the mouth. The teacher with her head cut off. Yeah. The game's comparing teachers to headless chickens. Don't know why they are anti-education. I'm joking. That's fine, Albano, Miss Tommy exhaled, her eyes scanning too fast over my writing. When I said not to start in the middle, I didn't mean for you to go back to the very beginning. Or for you to write this like a damn history report. Right, isn't the other way better? I said, pushing up closer to her. They might be anti-sleeping with your teacher. I don't know if they are. They might be saying that your teacher probably doesn't want to sleep with you. I don't know. It's more interesting, and I like tying in everything we read in class. We were shoulder to shoulder next to each other on a bench in front of the school. The intense heat spell had finally broken with a violent rain that came through in the morning. It cleared out just as classes finished, so we seized our opportunity to savor the warm summer afternoon. The heavy, humid air hung the smell of her hair in front of my face. I'm realizing, Chad, that you are just over the characters. Wait, can I... Okay, look, this is not gonna... You tell me if you like this more. I can't easily left align you, Chad. But I can, like, pull you over here. You will be free hanging. You will now be free hanging. You're now right aligned even though you're on the left side. Do you hate that? Or are you okay with that? Spamton, hold on, you're right here. I got you. Yeah, you're hanging freely on the left, so you're not attached to the wall anymore. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot how to left align you. Wait. Chat? If I could do this, you gotta... Everyone has to follow. I'm trying to see where in the code. No, don't unfollow. If you're already followed, you don't have to unfollow. Just if anyone, and I haven't done it yet. I'm trying to see in my CSS where I can left align the chat. I'm pretty sure I right aligned the chat when I set it up. So I should be able to left align it. But I might actually not be able to quickly do it. Because it's been so long. Months. even. How is there no thing that just says align? That's for the usernames, that's for the badges. Yeah, I can't. You're gonna be you're like a floating dialogue. I might have to move you around in between. This way you can enjoy the game without now you can type without being afraid of covering up the characters' faces because you want to look at them. Because the art is very pretty in this game. And if I need to move you again, I'll just grab you again and move you. The heavy, humid air hung the smell of her hair in front of my face. Kind of, she answered, pushing back against me. So what did she answer to? It's more interesting and I like tying in everything we read in class. Kind of. Not hard, not sudden, but the kind of back off motion a cat might make when it's decided that it wants to be left alone. I reached over her and grabbed my notebook, savoring the brief moment of contact I'd created, expecting to be pushed away again. But she let me stay. I could tell she was holding her breath. This one is more honest, of course, she finally said. But neither of them read well for different reasons. You need to be able to strike a balance or change how you do things from point to point. Otherwise things never move along, thematically or in the narrative. I leant harder. I felt like I might push through her skin and fall completely inside her. My dad is on Fort Colwyn this week, I suggested, like a fool. But I was always a fool, so there was nothing out of the ordinary. It was Miss Talmy who was out of sorts. She looked beautifully put together as always, but something was whirring in her head. I could see it behind her dark eyes. I looked, and I looked. She wasn't breathing again. I struck. I have a lot of other writing I want your thoughts on. I can paint and knit, and there's a lot of art I want to incorporate in general. Miss Talmy's eyes darted between a handful of points on the ground. Oh, you're making a book or something? Sure, show me. Each point was a droplet of the rain that had started to fall again. Waving from Highway 101. Okay, so this is the past, and now is the time when she was gonna be on her thing. And also this explains why she writes so good. She's into her teacher. So her teacher is just like, yeah, you can improve this part of her. And she's like, please teach me more about writing. You know, she just wants to spend time with her. That is how it is. You're crying, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. Only way to get good at writing is being into your teacher or reading enough obscure visual novels and playing Disco Elysium and reading books. But yeah, that other one might also work. Hi, Erica, came a syrupy voice. How do I do a syrupy voice? Of course, that's what you're doing. Okay, how do I do a syrupy voice? I can imagine it. Or being a stipendium listener. True. Mr. Nicolette's daughter. Hi, Nicole. You didn't grab your copy when you dropped off the stack this morning? Of what? Erica held up the stack of Beam catalogs, not much thinner than in the morning. Oh no, I did, Nicole said, lying. We love a liar! Yeah, lying! Erica added one catalog to her mental tally. They're having a sale on, I was just wondering if you're busy. I mean, I'm working. And if you wanted to talk about work? No, there's no tourists coming this summer. I knew that. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you that from this point on it's all business, Nicole boasted. So it was about work, Erica thought. I'll still be bringing the mail and news and whatever you need at the store. And for your parents, if they're still planning on opening for the season. And everyone else, basically. Anything you need, just drop me a line. She goes, tee-hee. Oh, well, thanks. Nicole looked at Erica, tilting her head. A small smile that cast a shadow on her face. Nicole wasn't born and raised on the island like Erica, but she was raised off it more than anyone. Mr. Nicolette's pride and joy, and for everyone else a joy, at least. Something people looked forward to as the ferry approached the breakwater. Eager to be useful for her dad, she was on most services and was always lending a hand, as much as she could, even when she was young. We let her carry our bags from the gangway to the curbside. Grandmothers cooed and praised her for being so strong, and grown men feigned shock when she could carry twice as much as they could. She's a little island sunshine. Did you hear? Nicole said, breaking the silence. I suppose I didn't. My dad gave me the Ocean Limited. Yeah, I figured. It was common knowledge that Nicole would someday captain the Ocean Limited. It was part of her dad's fleet. He'd promised it to her when she turned 18 and could legally operate the ferry service on her own. He's gonna keep running the ferries from Maitland, and I'll be doing the once a day to Camden. You little worms, get on the Ocean Limited! What are you talking about? Okay, well, you'll be doing the honors? Erica muttered, casting her eyes down at Nicole. You're gonna be taking everyone away, huh? And bringing the news and mail, whatever you need at the store. Anything, for you and your parents too. It was common knowledge that Nicole would be getting the Ocean Limited because she was infatuated with it. And by the time she was old enough to work the ships, really work them, not just play helper, the idea had become part of her. On the ferries, she could do anything besides operate them as a service alone, and she did it well. A spitting image of her father. In action, cuter in face, obviously. We trusted her as much as we did him, and he promised that she'd captain the ferry when the time came. The idea planted itself in her head amidst the nautical jargon. Should I? Hold on. I'm gonna move also a little bit. I don't wanna block that. I don't wanna... Hey guys. Beautiful art. Oh, I got... Here you go. Here you go. I'm tiny now. I don't want to block the art as much. I like the little outfits. I like the art style. I'm becoming small. Flying Joe! The wonderful Flying Joe! Alright, did I read this out loud? We trusted her as much as we did him, and he promised she'd captain the ferry when the time came. The idea planted itself in her head amidst the nautical jargon. What a storm! Thanks for coming through despite the weather, the grandmothers would say, cooing and praising. Thirsty, you gotta... How would you word that if you were writing in the style of this visual novel? Here you have a writing task. How would you write Small Joe? How would you write what happened? If you were to write like this? If you were to write in this style? If you were not writing internet small bean style? What if you had to write like his physical form shrunk or something? Figure it out. It's writing practice for your visual novel. I'm giving chat tasks. Well, I reckon we've got a mighty blow coming through, so I wanted to get everything squared up in case tomorrow's a no-go. Wait, that's... she said. She did. She was doing a voice. Sounding like a 50-year-old man in a teenager's body. Yeah! Joe was drunken just as my heart had when she had left me. Look, Spamton can turn it on. Then turning back into a child. And when I'm 18, I'm taking the Ocean Limited, so I need to be able to do my job even if it's gross out. Thank you, Nicole, really. I think it's going to end up with just me and a few holdouts. Spammed it to write a visual novel. For all we know, Spamden might have. I don't know. Spammed it added Glass Joe to Don't Starve. I wouldn't put it beyond them to write a visual novel. There you go. Spamden tried once. It's always messy. They never think ahead. And anyone with a Maitlandish passport, well, will either have to close up shop or stock a whole lot less. I hope you stay. I will. And everyone who left will probably come back. Alba's in Halifax with her dad, and they're going to figure things out. I think they're trying to get Maitland to officially hand it over to Camden, since it's practically part of the country already. Then MO just needs to pay some taxes and operate as a foreign entity or something. And then everyone wins and I can stay here. That's what she kept saying to me, even though I told her there's absolutely no way, zero chance that would happen. Bringing it up to my dad wasn't an option, and he certainly wouldn't waste an MP's time with the idea. Colon-free, rightmost. We could get married! Nicole leant over the counter. Erica leant back such that their bodies remained parallel, as far from each other as had been from the start. Married? Erica asked. Sure, like, what do you call it? A pause while Nicole thought. A green card marriage? I have 2 passports, remember? Alba's a citizen too. That head tilt again, that smile again. A child in an adult's body. Oh, what's up? Isn't it Alba's fault this whole thing is happening? Her dad's, technically. No, not even that. They're just throwing a fit over in Halifax because, well, I don't know. It takes a village, right? Mr. Nicolette was a busy man and, despite his reliability on the ocean, was no good as a single dad. Everyone on the island had a hand in her upbringing. In junior high, I dreaded having to babysit. I always did it when asked, at a time when I was only interested in learning. Cracking into real books, so satisfying compared anything at the FC library. It had a paltry children's section that was geared towards children, really. So it was either that or a dive into the deep end. And island time was glacial, so I could go at my own pace. A time when I was learning to drive, learning about myself, wanting to spend more time with Erica, both of us realizing what we could be for each other. But I had promised Mr. Nicolette that I'd taken care of his kid. So maybe we can go out next weekend. Babysitting, which meant sitting, bored to tears, island time passing wastefully, never to be retrieved as Nicole would look at me, staring, waiting for me to ask a question. Well, if you want to get married, just let me know. I have the ocean limited now. Sure. I'll need to run that by my girlfriend first. Oh, you're no fun. I'm busy. But I went to spend time here with you. And I'm working, so it's not like I can leave. Everyone else is leaving. You leave, Nicole. Out now. Go. Shush. Erica could come off cold, but she loved Fort Colwyn. That's what FC stands for. Fort Colwyn. Right. Got it. The cannery, me, Moncton Oil, Nicole. Everything that could bring her to tears. Rage, rare flare-ups, but what tempests they could be. Melancholy, pure love. I'll see you tomorrow, Erica, Nicole called out from the doorway. Send in the order before 6 o'clock and I'll bring you whatever. Second hand is myth-making. Oh, chat, you gotta... This is what I would... For this one, we gotta move you to the side again. You're gonna be very active. I know right now you're not chat, but like, don't worry. Spring came in earnest, and the ocean ice that floated past shrunk until it was the stuff of memory. Nicole made the trip from the shores of Camden once per day and no more, as contracted. Love getting yourself a free workout. Yeah, I'm working you out, what? The ferry, the Ocean Limited, Nicole's proud sloop, Sophie and Erica's John B. pulled in each morning with the promised curse of the outside world, pulling out each evening with another family that had taken their check, leaving Erica to watch the light fade over the Black Sea, a solemn lookout in the window that faced the water. I really love that they have these sections. Wow, these animals are going crazy. Wow, chill guys, I'm trying. I loved that they, by doing this, they get to do book storytelling, and not only the animals are fucking insane, right? Yes, they're going crazy. What are they doing? Chill. That's just part of it. That's part of it. You love it, right, Chad? It's not too loud, right? Erica, I assume, waited. Spected Zoo! Catholic blood Cromer! Whether wanting to stay and wanting to wait were the same to her, I can't know. The animals are gone? Well, the animals are back. I thought they were done. Whether wanting to stay and wanting to wait were the same to her, I can't know. I'm on the wrong tab. But she didn't leave during that time. They never stopped. That's awesome. I was pulling down the audio a little bit then. For you. So the animals don't, like, go as hard. Certainly not to Maitland. She didn't leave during that time. Certainly not to Maitland, and, in fact, I heard sometime later that by that point, the authorities in Camden were taking initiative and ensuring everyone leaving for Fort Colwyn had their passports and a place to stay. Yeah, they're getting her out of there. In Halifax, my father was making progress, in contrast to my lack of progress with Ginny. Who was Ginny? New girl? He had the okay for another bank of tanks and another dock, so long as nobody was living on Fort Colwyn. Just fucking nobody. Underlined. Love it. Love textology. The whole place being better suited for industry than anything else. He would have to bankroll it all, but yes, he would get some funding. Stubborn people, damn them all. Nobody was news to me, but maybe I just hadn't realized it because Erica was so upset already. Fucking Adams. I turned him down already. I turned him down already. I turned him down already. Okay, that should be way more manageable now. But maybe I just hadn't realized it because Erica was so upset already. It did make sense. It was fair, and with the pretense of protecting our most valuable export, that's the Maitlander in me speaking, mind, I wish I could say it was blueberries or knowledge or some better tertiary product. It would be reasonable to reasonable people. Who wants to live next to those tanks? Still, nobody? I thought I had understood the situation until that point, but nobody? I avoided the subject in my letters to Erica, but I knew I was delaying the inevitable. Sometime soon the news would break and she would be destroyed. Maybe everyone except us knew that this was always the way it was going to be. Moncton Oil would take it over and Fort Colwyn would return to its rightful owner. And that would be enforced. I wasn't so nationalistic, but I know people on the mainland that would be salivating at the idea. But I knew I was playing chicken. Would the news break as normal, or would I have to tell her myself? Dear Erica, How is it going on FC? Halifax is beautiful and the weather is terrible, so everyone's saying that I need to be here through the summer. The summer, they keep saying, is perfect. The kind of weather you only deserve if you make it through winter without bitching about the snow. What about spring, I'm thinking. Can I bitch about the snow in spring? Anyways, I was thinking if I'm not back by then, maybe you could visit in the summer. Yours, Alba. I love that little what about the spring. That's funny. I pored over my letters with Erica's eyes, searching for the off-limits topics, the turns of phrase that would shut her brain off and reset the timer until she would think of me again. Me, and not this situation. Not her own hang-ups. No, nothing? Then I'd send it off. Left-sided drive. Till we survived the animal part. There was a woman in my house. What the fuck? That's crazy. W woman. Who was the woman in my house? Miss Tolmy had been in my bed, but someone else jumped out of my bed. After we had done it, I mean. She jumped out of my bed, ran to the bathroom and pretended to do her ablutions, but the water ran continually without a splash. Surely it was her body that needed to be washed and not her mind. I laid there, wondering what it was she could be regretful about. At least I was the same Albanel at home as I was in class. Who was she? After some time she emerged, dressed in the clothes she arrived in. She looked like Miss Tolmy, but Miss Tolmy dressed like an adult. When the clothes were off, I saw exactly what I had been imagining for months, so I was able to put the mismatch out of my head. Now that she was standing in front of me again, looking less adult-like than I had ever seen her, I might as well have been facing a complete stranger. Mrs. Tolmy, I started. Please don't call me that, the woman interrupted. I don't think you understand how uncomfortable that feels. That's ridiculous, I thought. What was more ridiculous was how she looked, really. Not sloppy, not anything like that. She looked good, but she looked too good. Too trendy, like any of the Dalhousie girls who came in a few times a year for student teaching. Mrs. Tolmy, Ginny, I suppose she'd rather be called. Couldn't have been much older than them, but she was worlds ahead in terms of maturity, intelligence. Worlds ahead in worldliness. Yet, after all my efforts in getting up to her level, trying to charm her with wit, knowledge, and art. Hey, just 'cause she has wit, knowledge, and art doesn't mean she doesn't want a dumb bitch. Come on! Just 'cause you're smart doesn't mean you want to be around, like, people who also only want to, like, jerk off about intelligence. I can read I can read Shakespeare and then be like, okay, now I need to scroll on my TikTok until I see a Chinese affirmations TikTok that where dog is on a motorcycle and the background is gold and it says, say yes to affirm endless riches, and I hold my phone and go, yes, I affirm. The duality exists in all of us, and if you think you can only have knowledge and intelligence and be worldly if you never go stupid mode, then you're missing out on going stupid mode. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, completely not like relevant to anything. I'm just made up scenario, just made up. After all my efforts in getting up to her level, trying to charm her with wit, knowledge, and art, after say yes, Spamton, I affirm. Yes, I affirm, Spamton, is what I would say if I went stupid mode. Anyway. After all that, I was almost disappointed when we finally went home together and she folded as soon as I asked to kiss her. I thought she craved the mind, but she capitulated instantly when offered the flesh. Dude, this is what happens when you imagine a person in your head and you don't actually talk to them. When you talk, you imagine too much. I told you, she's on TikTok. She sees the image of a cat and goes, "I love this cat. I affirm endless riches." That's okay. You can be knowledgeable and go stupid mode. You can be knowledgeable and capitulate instantly when offered the flesh. So she got what she wanted, and now she was uncomfortable. Ridiculous. 14, 15. The door inched open at first, then faster, with a puff of warm ocean wind. The start of summer. Nicole! Hi, Erica! Anyone come in today? Nicole carried in a few boxes of goods on a dolly. Beer at the bottom, then some dry goods, frozen meals, loaves of bread at the top which crinkled in their plastic sleeves. She got what she wanted. No, she got what you wanted. Yeah, right? Now the girl, I think our girl may be the toxic one in this toxic Yuri visual novel jam, huh? I guess it takes two to be toxic, perchance, but if she wanted to talk about Shakespeare, she shouldn't have tried to fuck. Don't offer the flesh if you just only want to offer the mind. Villain protagonist, this is just like Evil Genius 2. It sure is. In the winters, sometimes Erica complained that work was slow. I think that's the only thing about life here she ever complained about. Spring had rolled entirely through, but business hadn't picked up. Not yet. So the cabinets underneath the register were packed full of magazines, crosswords, notes I'd written her. Sugary stuff. That's too bad. Can I sit here for a while? It's getting hot. Summer is here. I wonder if she read them. Do you think you'll stay all summer? Nicole asked. A silly question. Sure, like every summer, yeah, Erica replied dryly. Just like every summer? Like as in, if I'm going to stay here every summer? A silly answer. But they're making everyone leave. Moncton Oil is paying everyone to leave, Erica said, frowning. And he's paying you to help. You don't have to. I'm still taking the mail and stuff. My point is that nobody's being forced, Jerry. Yet. I hope it doesn't get that bad. Alba will figure something out. Something to smooth things over so this doesn't go all ham and beans war. Pork and beans war. So it doesn't go what? A bloodless war a long time ago, when borders were still being sliced across the nascent continent. Everywhere except for Fort Colwyn, that is. It was an empty place that must have been the last thing on people's minds. A place never once with any inhabitants, never a dividing wall of pudding stone nor barbed wire. A place never truly won on the battlefield or in the State House. Both Camden and Maitland made their claim, but it was the same as if neither of them did. For generations, nothing, until Erica's grandparents and their cohort, and a little later, my father. In retrospect, the chain-link fence keeping the kids and their dogs away from the tanks was the closest thing Fort Colwyn had to a border. So we get this all settled without Maitland really saying that we all have to leave, you know? Erica began filling the sparse shelves, starting with the bread. Her hands sunk deep in it as her body took over the act, her mind otherwise occupied. Nicole, knowing the store as well as Erica did, took a box cutter to one of her bigger shipments and started packing its contents into the freezer. But I'm a citizen. We could be married and just live here anyways. Alba is also a citizen and it's not getting to that point. Ever! A bag of potatoes slipped out of her grasp and split when it hit the floor, sending all the spuds rolling in many directions. Nicole ran over to help Erica clean up, giggling to herself. Erica held the bag open while Nicole dropped the bruised potatoes in, brushing their hands together repeatedly. Erica didn't notice. So you've been going out for long and you two aren't married yet. You know, I think Nicole is hitting on her. I think Nicole kind of call me crazy, but I think Nicole might like Erica perhaps. Aren't you two? Are you even going to do it at this point? When are you getting married, guys? For real? Have you done it? Done what? That's what she asked. Making a lot of strong observations. Thank you. I'm trying. Doing my best. Hey, I had a banger like 5 minutes ago, okay? Banger, I hardly know her. I could have seen her face, the same as when she wanted you to ask a question. Prodding you, pushing. Well, now what? So you're not married, uh-oh. We never once talked about getting married. Perhaps it was natural for marriage to follow a long courtship, but it's only natural for a honeymoon period to follow the moment of getting together. Instead, the island time slip brought us immediately to the late period of blessed matrimony. Not the late period of decline, but the one before that. A static period of pure being, content in each other's presence. Al purgatorio. She became Spanish there. Except, of course, that we weren't married. Well, why are you going on about this lately? I don't know, Nicole said quietly. I was talking about sex, by the way. Have you done it? Erica replied instantly without flinching. We've been going out since before you needed a babysitter. And we're in our 30s. They're in their 30s! Let that sink in. I thought they were like 23. That's crazy. They're old as... They're kind of old. That's crazy. I guess she's not in her... I thought there might be like 7 years between the flashbacks. The art style does make them look small beans. Like me, fuck. I'm also small art style. They're in their 30s. She didn't look that different from... I thought there were like maybe 7 years or 8 years, but there must be like 15 years in between the flashback and the now. Huh. What do you think? I have the Ocean Limited, you little worms! I bet you've had hyperlink blocked. Okay, yeah, we get it, you played Deltarune, Nicole. But your name isn't spammed and you shouldn't be doing this shit all the time anyway. Better get back to it then, Erica said with her back turned. Nicole had left the beers to her. Erica grabbed a case and began filling the coolers. The flashback is university college, teacher, not regular school. I guess that's true. Yeah, that's fine that way. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah, that adds up. Then there may still be 10 years in between, with like from like 22 to 32 or something. Wow. Erica grabbed the case and began filling the coolers. But I want to be here with you. Working on the water near Camden, fishermen triple her age. Nicole had absorbed their mannerisms. One thing they manifested into her was the way she leered at Erica. Her eyes became briefly possessed by those which once snuck licentious glances at her as she hauled bags off the ferry. Dude, I crushed licentious. And I hope you're not gonna tell me that's pronounced licentious, because I will kill you. I'm busy waiting for Alba to get back. She told me that, actually, later. Busy waiting for me? The sweetest thing. Oh, that reminds me. Nicole gave a letter to Erica. Presumably, Erica read it, but when she wrote back, it always felt like she was responding to someone else. Maybe they were meant for Alba of Fort Colwyn, but she only received letters from Alba of Halifax. I bet it's a love letter. The lovingest letter she could send now would be news that they figured something out, Nicole. Really? Nicole asked. Would she send that to you and not, well, to the mayor or something? She said she'd tell me. That's boring, Nicole said, blinking and shaking her head. So it's not something like... My sweet Erica, from Halifax fair winds do come today. O kind Poseidon, pity as I yearn. Ere Nicole, that siren of the bay, sings first to mine to ne'er return. Her breath, her twitching limbs reach for the dead, tomorrow's harvest resting in her bed. What the helly? No? Asked Nicole, looking at Erica like a dog. Did you practice that? Well, I wrote it. They went on like this for a while, Nicole taunting Erica with an attitude that seemed from one side like the sum of adult experience and to the other a mirror of an awkward time long past. Eventually, Nicole left without being asked. Work calls, places to be, you know how it is. Jagiello! Please don't cancel me, Italian community. Please, I want to keep my job. Eventually, I heard that Halifax would be sending formal notice to Camden and the mayor of Fort Colwyn. It was finally happening. But I could still make it home and tell Erica in person. Get in there before the storm, tell her softly so as to not kill her with the bad news. Dear Erica, I know I've been in Halifax for far too long. Every day I think about you and wonder how things are on Fort Colwyn. Halifax is so wonderful. If we don't move here together, I do hope you can at least visit and see what life is like in the city. This will certainly reach you before I do, so I wanted to preface my return with one apology for my extended absence and another for the news I'll have to deliver shortly. I prefer to do that in person, if you don't mind. Yours truthfully, Alba. Babe, what the... Nah! Once again, Miss Tolmy walked into my house, and Ginny ended up on my bed. Wow, that's strong, right? Wait, that's fire. That's fire. That's super hot fire of a writing. That's super hot writing fire. Wait, books are awesome? That's... Yeah, books are awesome. That's heat. She sat with her back propped against the headboard, and I was curled up against her, trying to fill every empty divot and curve of her side with my own body to close the gap completely. She wasn't wearing her glasses and was reading from a book that she'd held right up to her eyes. She read out loud to me, which felt terribly intimate in a way that I couldn't square with my mental image of her. a hardened soul, wizened under the burden of her own knowledge. There was no critique, no air of workshopping, and she wasn't encouraging me to analyze or synthesize. It was pure, sickly tenderness on her part that made me long to return to the venereal. That made me long to return to the venereal tutelage from which we were taking a break.
Venereal.
Venereal! Sorry. I don't know. It was pure sickly tenderness on her part that made me long to return from the venereal tutelage from which we were taking a break. That sounds much more correct. At least that was a form of instruction and discipline on her part. Ah, Ptolemy. The book obscured her face, and I was glad of it. To wives and sweethearts, may they never meet, she read. Ha ha ha. That was even better than the one about the dog watch. No, don't remind me of Monkey Watch. How was it that she couldn't control her laughter at this relationship, but could scarcely bear to acknowledge the nature of our own? Isn't it the wrongness that's so exciting? And I admit that I thought about Erica at that moment. At that age, we weren't together in a meaningful sense. To be honest, I don't think Erica understood the implications of our feelings for one another until the twilight of our adolescence. Until our relationship took a more physical turn, which on my part was already informed by a certain Ginny told me it might have just been friendship or bonding between the few girls of a certain age in a remote community. Looking back in horror, I wonder if that's all it was after all. But that hadn't happened yet, and at that moment we were merely friends. After all, we only saw each other in the summer. There were no wives or sweethearts to keep at bay from one another. I could consider my conscience clean. No ex-wives. It's like Disco Elysium. After I had cleared myself of any moral corruption, or at least of infidelity, I noticed that Ginny was no longer laughing. I felt a hot teardrop fall on my arm, which was wrapped tight around her chest. "Are you okay, Ginny?" I asked. "Weren't you listening?" she questioned back, wiping her tears with the back of her forearm. I found that motion particularly inelegant. "After all that laughing and cheering, do Jack and Stefan get into one little argument and now they're barely on speaking terms? But they can't avoid each other because they're stuck on a ship together." "It's hard to see you cry, though," I said, which was true, but more so out of discomfort than sympathy. I'm sorry for reading with my heart." "Damn, I'm sorry for reading with my heart," she snapped. "Damn." She is not a machine of logic. She just is good at, like, writing. That's what Alba has not fully internalized, it appears. Besides, we've read enough of these books to know that they'll make up and forgive each other. And with a bond like that between them, who needs wives or sweethearts? Ginny blushed. Not at all the reaction I had expected. "That idea excites me, to be sure," she said softly. I raised an eyebrow. I did too. What idea? Okay. So, had to comprehend. I raised an eyebrow. But I don't think that the text could support it without fundamental changes. There she was! Yeah, critic! Yes, there she was. Why not? I prodded, trying to pull her out. It's not that O'Brien couldn't write it, but a relationship is necessarily transformative. And a relationship between the two main characters? Then we'd be in a very different place story-wise. Is that bad? No, not bad. Different. But there's plenty of masterful romance in these novels as they stand, and I think the story is perfect as it is. Romance. I grinned. What if the relationship between them was purely sexual? Could the text support that? Her cheeks flushed red again. Did Jack and Stefan? I pushed my face into her bare neck and inhaled, waiting for her hands to wander. Thank you for cutting. Thank you for cutting away. You gotta read a different one of the, you gotta read a different one of the Toxic Yuri VN Jam novels if you want that scene in explicit detail. I'm not reading a sex scene out to you, chat. Oh, I gotta move you again. Otherwise you're gonna go to the right again. Nicole arrived early from the Camden route, but her father had come even earlier from Maitland. Real! Their ferries were tied up next to each other, like parent and child, except that Nicole's was the older of the two. She was early enough that no one came to greet her. After her few passengers had alighted, she was alone besides a handful of fishermen who had come in yet even earlier and were already hauling out their catch. Her morning deliveries were also quiet. Since many people were asleep, she left mail at their doors, a box on the porch of Erica's store, and, since they left it unlocked, another box inside the Vergor's restaurant. Back at the breakwater, life had just begun to stir. And the dense fog was rolling in. It's the fucking animals again. There, I'm pulling down the audio in OBS. These animals are awesome. Soft grey light broke over the island from shoreside towards the horizon. The ocean horizon. Dad? Nicole at the ferries called out. No answer. Her father was either asleep or out elsewhere. She boarded his ferry, looking for something to fill her time, and the Maitland Post logo flashed in her periphery. Mr. Nicolet's ferry was obligated to run the Maitland service once a day, but there wasn't much of anything, or anyone to bring, naturally. That's right, baby, back at the Spampton Zoo to see what a brand new endangered Spampton. Angle! He is here. There he is, there's the endangered Spampton. Bald Spampton is an endangered species. The occasional Moncton oil employees came through, though most came on their own ships to the other side of the island. Almost all activity was aboard the Ocean Limited. Then that's... Nicole thought out loud, running through the possibilities. Then that is... That's more how she said it. She paused and held her breath until she was sure nobody was walking around either of the ferries. When the coast was clear, she stepped methodically between Mr. Nicolet's ferry and one of his rowboats, bringing over one tub of mail, then two, then last a spare crate of blocks, spare because so little needed to be lifted ashore by that point in the summer. The only deliveries were mere necessities. Hair matted with humidity and sweat. She took a seat in the road. The animals are throwing me off my game. Hair matted with humanity. Hair matted with humidity and sweat, she took a seat in the rowboat, casting one final look towards town and checking that she hadn't emerged from the backdrop of the working waterfront. Should have an animal slider. Yeah, no, actually. That's part of the intertextuality. The animals should actually get louder when you reduce the volume. I don't know. Now I'm just being contrarian. Honestly. Nobody had noticed. She was still just part of the scene. Then she untied her line from the cleat, set her oars in their locks, took a breath and was off. She rowed back to back with the male tubs, and soon enough the only sign of her absence was her absence herself. The breakwater's morning activity obscured the psh psh of her oars, cutting in and lifting up gentle waves lapped by any trance of her paddling from the surface of the water, and the fog, the thick, wet kind of fog, the kind that swallowed words out of the air, reduced her to a shadow within moments. Just far enough offshore to functionally be in oblivion, Nicole began sorting the mail. There can't have been much by then, and what little there was must have been of little interest to her. A final round of personal letters or confirmations of address changes, preambles to the future of non-delivery to non-recipients. Boring, she said, the fog eating her voice. The fog eating her voice. That was kind of hard. Eventually, she came to the postcard I had written to Erica, and why, of everything I wrote, did I write this onto something that I knew Nicole would have been able to read? On one side was a tinted photograph, a bird's eye view of the city citadel, and the card was soaked through with fog and spray. So you just told you it's happening, thanks for playing. And I'm now on the SFX track, and I could just do the coffee video. Oh, wait, Kazuha, yeah, you made the song. That's awesome, wait. They're on the F... Oh. But I like the sound. That aren't the animals. This game's great so far. Good to see you. This game's all... I like it. I really like it. I'm mostly joking when I say the animals. It's... Because the game is like... It's... Whoa, hi. Toasty. Hi. Hi, welcome. I will keep reading. I slid down the sound slider a little bit, but I like all the other sounds. I'm keeping the sounds up. I just adjust the audio. You were not joking? I just make the whole audio a little bit quieter during this scene, because I like all the ocean noises and all the other noises. Just these animals are really funny. they are just they are very, you'll be adjusting it in an update. That's good to hear, because that's my one criticism so far. It's hard to read out loud while the animals are going crazy in my ears. Well, nice to have you here. I will keep reading out loud. Woo. Wait, now I'm nervous. I gotta check the nervousness. Wait. There, I have a soundboard. Oh, wait. Okay. Lock in. Ignore the animals. Ignore the game devs. And wait, now we have at least 2 visual novel devs in chat. Toasty, you made a visual novel too, Toasty. Wait, why am I nervous? Because I know you in real life, Toasty. Is that why I'm not nervous when you're in chat? Wait, you're making me look bad. That is a funny message. Oh, you're good, you're funny, you're a funny girl. Okay. Nicole gripped it so hard that the pressure of her thumbs stretched the fibers and warped the bottom edge. Wait, I think I need to keep the animals down a little. She's not ready, Alba, she whispered, setting my postcard back into the tub. Nicole, don't! Oh shit. Gravely, Nicole moved the rest of the mail into the other tub, then loaded up the first one with the iron blocks. When she tossed my postcard over to the side and sunk it into the ocean, the fog also ate the sound of the splash. I didn't think Nicole would do that. Whoa. It was good, really, that Erica didn't get to read that one. Damn. Lieutenant Dylan. Whoa! We got full art. This is sick. I tried my best to ignore the television programming we were watching. Yeah, I'm putting it back on, chat. My legs were swung over Ginny's lap and I hung myself around her neck, occasionally pressing my forehead to her temple and kissing the side of her face. Sure, I had something I wanted to ask of her, but attempting to figure out the words left me in anguish when I already... Okay, I see. Instead, I was waiting for her to look at me. If she would only look, then I could look back and she would know what I wanted. But she was transfixed. Today, a man said, speaking in front of a crowd. Today! He was wearing Yankees pinstripes. I consider myself. I guess it's an echo. I have to read it quicker to get the echo out. His voice echoed so much he had to pause as not to interrupt himself. Thank you for saying what I was thinking. He was dying. The luckiest man, the luckiest man, the luckiest man. What a pain, I remember thinking, that she gets so weepy at everything. I put my hand on her thigh and pulled her close with my other arm. On the face of the earth, on the face of the earth. That echo was still ringing in my ears as Ginny pushed my legs to the side, getting up to grab some tissues. I tried to hide my disappointment. I said, are you a baseball fan? Whoa, she... not really. She replied, wiping her eyes. I just didn't know anything about him besides that awful disease. Hello, Newbert. We're being emotional right now. How you doing? Good to see you. We're reading 10 Metre Tide. A supposedly around 2 hour long visual novel for the Toxic Yuri VN I say supposedly. It's 2 hours long because I probably will be taking like 4 hours because I'm reading it out loud. And yeah, it's about the people in the village getting relocated and also relationships and time and capitalism. Hope you're doing good. Nubit is very emotionally sensitive. Okay. But this one is not like... This is very tame from all the Toxic Yuri VNs so far. And there might be some emotional stuff in here, but... Nothing... Some of the... You can do way worse with when it comes to the levels of trigger warnings I would have to hand out. Yeah, heavy. Surely it'll be fine, right? Surely it'll be fine, right? Anyway, on this line, I really thought everything will be fine. Yeah. On this line, I really thought that Alba here was trying to change the topic. I really thought Alba was like, so how about baseball? But again, no. I was like, that's uncharacteristic, but no, it's a baseball player that was dying or something. I just didn't know anything about him besides that awful disease. Oh, I said. An immemorial custom of the service. Nicole had just righted the remaining Maitland post tab, contents redistributed so as to look undisturbed, back on her father's ferry when he emerged from his cabin. The sun had called him out, having just begun to win its battle for the morning against pernicious fog. Pernicious. That's a good word. I can imagine what it... He looks like that? That's crazy. Good morning, Mr. Nicolette said, testing his voice for the first time that day. Chat, stop censoring the characters. There. Hi, Dad, replied his daughter, straightening her back with her arms to her side. Looks like you got some mail from Halifax. Hey, that's some of it. He gestured to the tub. Need to get it out later this morning before I figure out what else there is to do today. Probably nothing again. Some of it? Woke up early today. Damn early, 'cause there was something urgent for the mayor. Nicole felt hot behind the ears. Oh, probably the formal notice for deportation, huh? Then we'll be out of a job, sure enough, he said, scratching his leg. Wait, I was scratching my leg. How do you do this, devs? So I gotta go. It was nice seeing you. That's alright. Have a great week. I tried to take it to him, but he was sleeping, so I put it in his drop box by the post office. He chuckled. Thank you, Newbert. Always happy to have a Newbert show up. It's awesome. Well, hopefully that checks the thing. Nicole paced on deck. You really think that's what it is? Yeah. I can't imagine what else. It was some of the MP's aide from Halifax that gave it to me. Did anyone say anything? No, I mean, I doubt the news is even gonna break until tomorrow's paper. Damn shame, that's what. Middle West, Pubnico. Pubnico. Or is it Pubnico? We'll know in a second, maybe. Nicole walked the island all day, through the town and woods and up to the fence at Moncton oil tanks and back. More than once she walked by the post office. The keeper didn't show up that summer. He probably heard it would all be over by the time he arrived. Residents had their own keys for the building and for their boxes inside, but otherwise the door had been locked all year. Perhaps it would never open again. She walked until the sun had barely dipped below the horizon, low-angled light turning the sky a deep blue that drenched the shadows in its hue. Erica! Nicole! Oh, hi, Erica. Her voice carried far past the girl on the other side of the street. Hi, Erica said. It's getting late. Okay. Listen to me. Listen to me. When we're saying her voice carried far past the girl on the other side of the street, I think it's justified. I was a little surprised when she hit us with the we're in our 30s when the game says girl. I get you can say girl to a 30-year-old. And it's fine, it makes sense. But they look small bean. And when you I'm not stupid. No, I know everyone. I'm joking. I'm not actually. Yeah, I know. I'm not actually. It's a joke where I'm like I'm acting like if I'm upset, I'm not actually like upset. It's fine. It's a little funny to be like, guys, believe me, I'm smart. That's yeah. Thank you for joke. You're welcome. I want to make sure everyone gets it. We want to be inclusive here. I can't be inclusive with all the jokes, but some of them I don't want you to think I'm like what if Kazuhaya is still here and watching? I don't want them to think I don't know. I'm nervous, chat. It's getting late. Well, I can sleep. I mean, it's not that late. You don't need to go to bed yet. Well, thanks for dropping everything off this morning. Yeah, of course. Everything. Like all the letters that were headed your way. I dropped all of them off. Erica would have seen, if the light hadn't been so diminished, that Nicole wasn't holding the intense eye contact she often did. Need anything tomorrow? Just our normal Monday stuff and the mail, yeah? Erica replied, stopping herself before adding something like, and all the townies that moved out. But probably not. And my girlfriend. You got it, Nicole said, her voice shaking a little. She started to walk away. Okay, thanks. I'll go home now, too. Good night. Nicole had already picked up her pace. By the time she knew Erica was no longer paying attention, she had broken into a run. She headed to the post office. The run became a sprint. Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Wait, this is gonna be a banger chapter. Whoa! I'm right, we got art! Full art! Let me boom chat. There, now you can see the full thing. No, Nicole exhaled, shoving a hand in her pockets. No! Her dad took their mail key this morning. Fuck! Obviously. A darkness separate from the night crept in at the edges of her sight as she considered the situation. Whatever was in there, whatever had come from Halifax, that poison pill her own father had slipped between the jaws of the mayor of Fort Colwyn, between Erica's jaws, needed to come out. Chat. Now you gotta go to the right again. Because it's book time! The vignette closed further on her and the mail became her sole focus. If she could get rid of it, then Erica would never find out. No postcard and no message to the mayor, and this whole situation would be as good as sunk forever. Never mind what's happening in Halifax, and I'm just remembering the animals. I'm laughing because I'm remembering the animals. Seriously, the animals are okay. The animals are fine. It's just so funny. Sorry. No postcards and no message to the mayor, and this whole situation would be as good as sunk forever. Never mind what's happening in Halifax, and never mind the Coast Guard. Whatever was in there contained the directive. Whatever was in there that she had missed this morning held the sole authority to change it all. To upend life on Fort Colwyn. To upend the island itself, to fold one edge far over the other. So far that QFWFQ could reach up from his boat and pluck the residents down into the sea. Okay, I don't think that's how you pronounce their name. Is that like that might be a folklore god or an old name? I shouldn't try pronouncing it. Let's move on. But it definitely looks cool written out. The island was taking water 3, 5, 6 feet in the hold and rising, but she could bail and she could work the pumps and keep it afloat. Her ocean limited. Whatever was in there was the start and end of this awful business. And naturally, getting rid of it would turn back the clock, take us all back to island time, where nothing might happen for years at a time, back to the status quo. Might even bring Alba back soon. Maybe she thought all that. Maybe not. This music is sick, too. Nicole's head swiveled, twisting at the neck as she looked around despite the narrow cone of her tunnel vision. She settled on the firewood piled at the side of the post office, picked up a bundle, held her breath, lifted with both her arms high above her head, and sent it through the window with a great crash. Googling it made more confused for the most part, but the important piece of info is that it's a literary reference. I see. Shit, I need to read more books. Fuck! I got literature mogged. God damn. Chad, I think Alba wouldn't fuck with me. I think Alba would be like, this guy's on oath. Fuck! That's okay. That's alright. She would see me looking at the TikTok. She would see me affirming the Chinese dog TikTok with gold in the background. Be like, this guy's stupid. I'm like, I can't affirm. I want riches. Affirm. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. Different people. That's okay. If I had a toggle to make my character cry, I would make that right now, because that would be a great joke. Just imagine it. What you don't have to imagine is bald spammed him. He's still here. We still have him. Okay, back to you. This completely... You still like me? Yeah! Woo! I hope that doesn't, like, make trouble with the VOD. It usually does, actually. But that's okay. The VOD is gonna get, like... I'm guessing 20 views. I'm guessing the VOD gets 20 views. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a comment. How the fuck did you get here? There you go. There's my little shout out. Comments are nice. If you're too shy to comment, leave a like. If you watch this far, that should be like 2 likes. If you're watching and if the people watching like, because like if 20 people watch, like 10% actually watch all the way. Inside. She settled on the firewood piled at the side of the post office, picked up a bundle, held her breath, lifted with both her arms high above her head, and sent it through the window with a great crash. Entering the building forcefully created a portal into a brand new place. The writing is so slick. Climbing through the window, Nicole worried if anyone heard the sound, but once she was inside, she was wholly taken by the alien darkness of the familiar room. Writing is so slick. I love this. She had been there countless times, but never uninvited, never by means of her own might, and she felt she had never been there once in her life. The public-facing part of the post office was a reading room, its large shelves filled floor to ceiling with books, personal effects, and standing framed photos bleached pale by countless years' worth of light. On one wall was the fireplace that the keeper lit on the cool evenings of the late season, when life would start to slow and he could spend entire days reading and relaxing in his easy chair. On the opposite side was a bank of drop boxes set into the wall from about waist height and almost up to the ceiling. The unfiltered moonlight flowing through the empty window gave the shadows in that agreeable place a menacing edge. Nicole wandered through the room to the fireplace, stepping around the haphazard stacks of books, too numerous to all fit on the shelves. Her body, at least, hadn't forgotten how to navigate this place. She turned the brass key that started the gas, found a long match sitting at the mantel, struck it, and held it between the logs that had been sitting all year, waiting for a keeper that never came. 1 second more of hissing, and then as it all caught. The wood began to crackle with a muted sound like breaking glass. I'll throw it in there, she thought. I'll find that letter. I'll throw it in the fire and it'll join the one from this morning, she thought. Presumably, she referred to some mailroom in hell, filled with wicked letters that were never delivered, terse reprimands, breakups, sharp rebukes meant to kill friendships, none of them never received to the benefit of their senders, who could have never hoped to take back cruel words written under the dark clouds of rage, or choices made blindly in anger, senders who were occasionally saved by the mercifully inefficient postal system. That's how it would have seemed. Damn the mailman, his truck, those liminal sorting centers between themselves and the clueless victims of their words. Right, the letter. That's great. I could say that's great to like basically every line of this. She didn't know which boxes were whose, as they weren't marked not by name, but by number. Plastic digits slotted into the side like marquees. She did know, not wanting to be caught unaware in another access-related oversight, that all of the boxes were locked. She crossed to the other side of the narrow room, picking up anything laying on the shelves that might help her crack the things open. A screwdriver, some nails, picture wire. But it was useless. She picked up a box at random and pried at its door with her screwdriver, then poked at it with the nails, which she knew would be the worst option of anything she tried, then looped a length of wire under the lip of the door, wrapping the ends around her hands and pulled until it started to cut into her hands. Calloused, workmanlike as they were, turning her fingers purple. She gave up and caught her breath. Having failed to open just one box of the whole bank, clever Nicole reduced herself to her own brute strength. With each hand, she hooked her fingers under the lip of one of the little doors and yanked, feeling the locks rattle to no avail. I keep thinking I'll get to the chapter end and then take a sip of water, but Nicole is on a big quest here, so I'm taking a sip. She shuffled a little closer to the boxes, close enough to smell the metal, feeling coolness against her wrists, then planted her foot against the wall under them, using that as leverage. She pulled again. Nothing again. Pause. One foot on the wall, pull a little, and another foot on the wall. She was a floating fulcrum. Fulcrum, common! Plug, plug! Faded in a hole, faded in a hole, faded in a hole, faded in a hole. Plug, fulcrum, common! That's for a very niche part of my audience. She was a floating fulcrum, pulling as hard as she could and pushing with her feet. Pushing with her very being all the way to her toes, but the locks held. Until they didn't. And suddenly she was flung backwards, releasing her grip from the boxes, and she fell hard on her back. A tangle of limbs that bowled into the books, that pushed into the shelves, that toppled back on the opposite wall where the fire was fed right into its mouth, which, hungry for more, thrust out its red tongue. I was too ambitious. A tangle of limbs that bowled into the books, that pushed into the shelves, that toppled back onto the opposite wall where the fire was fed right into its mouth, which, hungry for more, thrust out its red tongue and began to feast, and as it ate, it grew fast and fierce and stretched across the room to the messy floor where Nicole lay in tears. What a great line, and honestly, the first read through was better because scrolling up doesn't help. Scrolling up doesn't, because I do think that in this case the chunks in which the text appeared was what gives you the pacing to read it both quietly and out loud. So the second time over, it wasn't chunked properly because I'd already have it all appear, which speaks to using the medium of making words appear in a cute and good way. I like that. Anyway, the house is gonna burn down. I read the text correctly. However distraught she was, Nicole was alive and intended to live. She picked herself up, stumbled towards the window, and was out the way she came. She did turn to pay her respects before leaving, gazing towards that shack which was now glowing from the inside out. The flames licked furiously at everything inside, though at that point it was still recognizable as our post office, whether it could have been saved or not. And it was far from the shambling bones of char the remaining townies would confront a half hour later. Nicole was gone. Dia sere. What was all that about? Nicole wondered, laying in her own bed. What was I thinking? She wiped her wet cheeks on her shoulders. What was that for? Everything's already over. Essence. And we're back with women. I guess it's all women all the way down. The human problem which confronts the artist. Okay, gotta take another drink. I just want to keep reading without stopping. Uh, there's a lot going on. All the non-women are fish. That's not true. Nicolette's Mr. Nicolette is a mannequin wearing a hat. So myth that myth just got busted. Hey, you just need to say it's just a theory, a game theory, then you're safe anyway. Let's see what Alba is cooking up on her thoughts about Ginny. The human problem which confronts the artist is the need to make a connection between one experience and another, or, more specifically, between two or more perceived objects, since without the discovery of some structural harmony, the world must remain an unintelligible, amorphous. We're getting to the good shit. Oh, that wasn't the good shit yet? You could fool me and tell me it only gets worse and it would be good. Oh no. In order to find some valid and enduring pattern, man must employ memory. Oh, this is why you like it. Ah, it's a memory type game. Am I my body or am I my memory? Part 2, huh? No, that. You stopped yourself there. In order to find some valid and enduring pattern, man must employ memory. Yet, to be able to use memory, he must first develop images, signs through which one perception may be separated from another and stored in the mind. Only by this means may an event be carried over and found to correspond in some way with another event. Colville's own work demonstrates a heavy reliance on the memory of perceived reality, that is to say, on past experience. You also really like this quote section, but it's not what you mean. Okay. Soldier and Girl at Station and Departure are typical examples. In fact, although he makes preliminary drawings from life, his finished painting, since it always very slowly develops, must necessarily be done from memory. The dog depicted with the painter's eldest son in the panel Dog, Boy, and St. John River was entirely done from memory, since he was already dead at the time. His former owner, a Sackville resident, was astonished that, nonetheless, the painter was entirely accurate down to the last hair. From The Art of Alex Colville by Helen J. Doe. Oh, cute. I see. It's actually full quote. It's very cute. I like it. To pay. In Colville's depictions, simple binaries. It's truly mixed media. I love that. In Colville's depictions, simple binaries create complex images that resist easy summation. Humans and animals, men and women, humans and machines, the constructed world and the natural environment are all put into play in his fictions. He begins with ideas and uses familiar objects to express them. According to Colville, my paintings begin as imaginary drawings, and then, at a later point in their development, I make some drawings from life, from reality. It's interesting that the original conception of one of my paintings, or my prints, always emerges out of my head rather than from something specifically seen. This is just a text we'd read for a seminar. Yeah, but I like reading the texts for university. And also, this is one of the good ones. This this one is a little abstract. There's ones that are like about not art. That's why you like these scenes. I get it. It's interesting that the original conception of one of my paintings or my prints always emerges out of my head rather than from something specifically seen. It's a sort of conglomeration of experience and observation. From Alex Colville, Life and Work by Ray Cronin. Also, the advantage that it's like not as long. It's not. It's not 20 pages of this. You get the best little snippet to each of these things. I think that is a part of it too. It can get exhausting reading a 20-page thing like that and needing to get out knowledge and not just getting to uh enjoy the prose. From Grand Manan, we're back in the present. Place stamp here. Oh, it's a little postcard. It's a little postcard. That one is on me that I didn't clock that way earlier. That one is on me. Okay. That one's not the game's fault. I was just like, what a cute little box. I like the colors. It's like the border of the dialogue box in Pokemon if you select option 12. Well, let's continue undisturbed by the minor size of our cranial cavities. Yes, our cranial cavities. None of us noticed. And get on with the story, right? News of that awful conflagration. News of that awful conflagration reached my father and I, just as Mr. Nicolette's ferry, from swerve of shore to bend of bay, right? Left Halifax to take us by some means or another. No, come on now. To Fort Colwyn and environs. Yes, right. And dropped our plans plop dead in the water. So we delayed our return by one day. We were waiting not to do anything in particular, but to hear how the two nations would respond. Just as I had warned Erica, this battle for her home had deformed from a moment of local politicking into something of a situation where the presses on either side of the bay fired up and made their cases for a great number of readers who, Camdenite or Maitlander, would never step foot on our little island. However, the situation was solved within an afternoon when Camden rolled over instantly. Yes, we forgot about this one so very long ago. Give them the rest of the year to vacate. And that was that. It was over just like that. I thought this might be a newspaper excerpt because it was all underlined, so I read it with a different voice, but it is just her. It was over just like that. And then it was September. The island felt even more alive than in the spring, back when people started to leave. Maybe it was the nicer weather, our neighbors were spending time outdoors. Everyone was going to leave, but now that there was a deadline and no chance of fighting it, the citizens of Fort Colwyn, at least the ones who hadn't yet departed, had returned to a kind of normal routine. We were all making arrangements for new lives, but the day-to-day was normalcy again. A few months almost in our old ways. I saw Erica every day, whether we meant to get together or not. Back in the island time slip, I could almost forget the wretched first half of the year. We'd fish and relax at the water in the mornings, and when day broke, I'd go read at her store while she stocked shelves or went through the motions of stocking shelves. We'd fend off Nicole's intrusions, pack things up at the restaurant, work hard in the late summer heat and feel that temperature-induced irritability rise in us. We'd argue a little, have some beers and cool down. Then we'd forgive each other's daily transgressions with a kiss and more, fall asleep to the distant crashing waves, and then, finally, morning would always come. Ah, island life. But I knew Erica brooded when I wasn't around. Traveler. That art was also sweet. Traveler. Ooh, look at this. Look at how pretty this is. I love collage. Happy face? It's because it's the happy ending, right? Wait, no, it's this flashback. I don't like your smile. No, like you have a beautiful smile. Just the emoji you sent is making. Also, the audio is really loud, I think. It's not loud for me because I put it down on my headphones, but. Oh, yeah. Nothing bad is going to happen. Stop trying to scare me. On the way back from the art galleries in Ontario, we decided to cut through the US rather than go around Maine. New York and Massachusetts passed in a blur of a day. We rode Time's Arrow in the longest uninterrupted straight line I've ever traveled. The summer-colored blur passed in something near silence. It was never broken, but always immersed in secondary soundscapes. The noise of the road, the noise of the wind, Ginny's execrable car, whinnying of chronic pain, begging for a merciful death. Our first night was spent in an American roadside motel, somewhere outside of Boston, with a few words between us besides the necessary ones. We were halfway through the journey home and my patience was beginning to falter. This woman was an illusion that wished to use me to cast itself onto reality. I knew that I cared for Miss Talmy, but tried incessantly to tried incessantly to exploit my kindness to get to know me and trick me to fall for it instead of her. It knew, not I knew. Oh shit. It, this woman, this illusion, I see. But tried incessantly to exploit my kindness to get to know me and trick me to fall for it instead of her. I protected myself by imagining her face against the backdrop of the blackboard and spun every conversation into a lecture. And this could be a field trip? Somewhere around New Hampshire's sliver of coast, as we approached Ginny's desired sightseeing, of which I was ambivalent, the floor opened for discussion. I've seen him talk before, actually, Ginny said. Colville? Yeah. When I was around your age, she continued, her voice fading slightly as she processed her own words. Maybe 58? 59? Oh. What did he talk about? Suddenly, I was feeling wicked. As much as one could feel wicked in a good way. I can't remember everything. I feel as if, like he conveyed everything about his life as an artist. Miss Tolmie began, pulling at a strand of memory as it bubbled to the surface of her mind. There she was. I liked that exhibition a lot, I said. I'm glad we went. Even if some of those paintings were kind of scary. Me too. Even though this drive has been long as hell. Why don't you let me drive, then? I thought, but I held my tongue. But I'm glad I could show you some art that I like this time. So you can see I'm not just a book person. Put the butterfly up in the corner. Alba did not like that. I've never accused you of that. I never understood Ginny's need to impress me. So what did he talk about? He talked about the classics? Finally! I closed my eyes and imagined that we were in Mrs. Talmie's classroom, free from Ginny's exploitation. I love that literary splitting of them. Of the Miss Talmie and the Ginny. I already thought it was so sweet when the line precisely was, Miss Tolme entered my bedroom and Ginny sat down on my bed. So it's pretty much along those lines. I was like, oh, I see. That's perfectly conveys it in like a tiny little nugget. It's so sweet. And all that went into an explanation for why he only paints people. Yeah, the classics. And all that went into an explanation for why he only paints people. Actually, he said he felt like people were the only thing worth painting. It seemed like the only people he paints are himself and his wife. Well, they stand in for all people. I didn't get it, but I nodded. Also, it always seems like he's about to kill his wife. Whoa! Or himself. That's what he was getting into when he was talking about the classics. That everyone wants to kill their wives or themselves? No, Albanel, Ginny said with a hint of venom. Then what do you mean? That's just what he's interested in. Killing his wife or himself? She breathed in, out, and focused on the road for a while. Pretended to focus. We were less steady in our lane than we had been all day. Then she spoke in a rapid stream that left me no chance to interrupt, lest I got swept away in it. I waited at the banks of her discourse. I waited at the banks of her discord! I waited at the banks of her discourse! Oh! Shit. Oh, man. Oh. You crushed prose. You're crushing it. When he talked about classics, he talked about myths. Not any one specific story, but the stories that transcend one author or one culture. What he's interested in is a kind of darkness that permeates every moment of being alive. Not just the dark moments, but the mundane things too. Scenes of everyday life. The stuff that he paints. Going to the beach, taking a bath, playing sports, getting dressed, driving to the store, boarding a ship, looking at the water, sitting in the living room as your wife plays the piano. Every moment has the potential to go wrong. She starts shaking the steering wheel. She goes, I am in control of the... No. Most moments don't, but the potential is there. That potential pervades every second of our existence. You can feel it if you care to notice. Isn't that a human feeling that touches beyond every boundary? The mundanity and the style is unique to him, but that feeling is universal. And that's why his work is so resonant. You see it everywhere in art. Impression, sunrise, the fog warning. It's the same across the world of letters. Moby Dick, The Mirror of the Sea, O'Brien's Aubriette. And music too. Debussy's La Mer. Whatever the Beach Boys are doing these days. She struggled to think of more examples, but continued before I could speak. You think these are all about different things, but it's just a few ancient stories behind them all. Don't you think a spade is ever just a spade? I said as she caught her breath. Debussy? Yeah, Claude Debussy. Or getting dressed, driving to the store, boarding a ship, or looking at the water. I'm very surprised that Alba is hitting her with the don't you think a spade is ever just a spade? I feel like she would have... I feel like she should love this. This spades being finally a spade being a magical, mythical item. And not just simply a spade. Don't you think the curtains are just blue? They're white and gold. Alright. Or getting dressed, driving to the store, boarding a ship, or looking at the water. I didn't get the reference. That's not the reference. Her knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. Sometimes, yeah, she answered. This is something that I've been trying to get you to understand with your own writing, Albanel. You can't just tell your story by telling it and then dressing it up by stitching reference to reference, quote to quote, and expect it to be meaningful or even coherent. Author, I think you managed to do just that though. And also not, I guess it's also not everything is just a spade is a spade, but like, I like the scrapbook storytelling. There are stories that live within everyone that you need to tap into. They live in the folds of memory and disguise themselves as the unconscious. When you refuse to pull from these and instead build something entirely from reference and metaphor, you haven't told a story at all. You've done nothing but build a model that hides its own lack of substance behind every part's dependency on another. There's a difference between telling all the truth but telling it slant and telling lies. That's what Miss Tolmie said, and it hurt me. Indeed, that potential of darkness which pervades every moment of our existence was in the car with us, and we drove straight through the sightseeing spots we had planned to stop at. Our last night before crossing the border was spent in Camden, Maine, a small and wealthy town that reminded me of St. Andrews. I'm slower on the uptake than you. Did she kill her? Does she kill herself? Is that why she doesn't have a fucking head? I figured it out. Are you happy now? I didn't even think about it. You prodded me till I figured it out. Okay. Okay. That's sad. That's bad. Our last night before crossing the border was spent in Camden, Maine, a small and wealthy town that reminded me of St. Andrews. Ginny cursed under her breath as she paid for a hotel room. No cheap roadside inns here. /J. I know, you're fine. I know that might not be exactly what it is. I feel like I saw her say something about Ginny in not a flashback. It was expensive, and it was elegant, and it was small. Slower on the uptake than you, and you keep spamming the smiley faces as if there's something more. I mean, we could say that this story is like what she's describing. I mean, we are reading Alba's story. I'm going back and do an analysis before I continue. But there's a difference between telling all the truth but telling it slant and telling lies. Yeah. Is this the truth or is this lies? I think she's been a truth teller though. But maybe she isn't telling all the truth? I don't know. Okay, yeah, I'm too slow. Oh, and also, you're not fully on the screen. It's all the truth, yeah. But I don't know, I'm just too slow on the upkeep. I'll figure it out. The game's gonna lay it out for me, okay? I'm enjoying the prose. Yeah, I'll get there. Don't worry, I'll get there. It took me a while to figure out that that one card is a letter, okay? So, might take a moment. No cheap roadside inns here. It was expensive, and it was elegant, and it was small. It's okay, the small ones are way better. Oh. Sorry, do you need some space? Yeah, I don't wanna be too close there. Very polite. Yeah, personal space. Remind me to never stay here again, she complained as she drew a bath for me. The enameled claw-footed tub occupied a corner of a clean, tiled room. Ginny wore a blue robe and stood behind me as I unwound in the hot water. We talked for a while. Passing north through the Cantadon Reed. That's not how you pronounce that word, is it? Passing north through the Catadin. Catadin? Catadin? Passing north through the
Catadin.
region, riding up against the American threshold, I watched hills emerge from the ground and become mountains. We cut through the woods and waters which carved the granite landscape into something stunning and menacing. We drove further north into Maine's interior. The scenery became more gnarled and intense with every passing mile. It was raw despite its lushness and promising despite its wildness. The car groaned under the constant change in elevation, and it was harrowing to pass around hairpin bends as logging trucks the size of mobile homes careened towards us in the other lane. We were approaching Canada, home, but I never felt like the American map might as well have stopped. But I felt like the American map might as well have stopped there. I imagined a map like those early ones of the New World, where the frontier ended not in a border, but in a drop off into nothingness. It stretched up to Maine's northern edge, fine detail and the town names decreased in precision as the marginalia. As the marginalia took over, the art replaced the science. Dragons, shipwrecks, spires of ice, and the vastness on the edge of the known world. We drove into the vastness of the edge of the known world. Then we passed into New Brunswick, and the earth flattened out so suddenly we could see across the marshes into eternity. Sweet. Help me, Rhoda. I wrote a letter, but you ain't get to receive it. Black Beatles are the beat. Sorry, I have to tell you this, but Mom and Dad are in Gloucester now. Gloucester or Rockport, which one? Can you believe they asked me? Really asked me like I knew what the difference was. Or cared. They're the same thing, aren't they? Right next to each other and both not here. Erica! I shouted from afar. There! Which I'm having a conversation here, ain't I? She grumbled. But anyways, she said again to her grandparents, I'll be joining them in December if I wrap things up here, I guess. After. Approaching from behind, I wrapped both my arms around her waist and pulled her tight. She relaxed a little, but didn't turn her head to look at me. Talking to the dead again? What the fuck, man? You can't just say that. That's crazy. Dude, tact. You heard about tact? I know we need, as the viewer, I need it explained because I didn't connect that this might be a gravestone. But like, see, I'm starting to think that Alba might also be toxic in her relationship with Erica. I'm getting a feeling that she might be the toxic in this toxic Yuri situation. Can't believe she said that, talking to the dead again. Not funny. They're the only ones who still care. Maybe it seems like everyone's back to normal, but they all moved on already. At a deeper level, I mean. My grandparents are staying here. Your grandparents have moved on more than anyone. Wow! Terrible girlfriend! Ding 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 ding! Erica slipped out of my embrace and rolled her dark eyes. Yeah, deserved. Very funny. Sure, they've moved on. The point I'm trying to make is that by moving on, they've tied themselves down right here. No matter what your dad says, or those morons in DC for that matter. My family is this place, and this place is my family. Everything is the same stuff, from the cannery through to my store. Fort Colwyn itself, Moncton Oil. It's all them and they're all me. Even when I go, I'll still be here. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Also, can you believe I believed when it said 1.5 to 2 hours, and I was like, yeah, let me play this as like the third visual novel today on my previous stream. You really did save me from having a longer stream than expected. I need to check myself when it comes to reading these novels. When I read them out loud, they take longer. Eat it! Listen, you don't have to go and live near your parents. People immigrate all the time. What are you even talking about? I held both of her hands. Sorry, am I smoking fucking crack? Okay, I'm smoking crack, yeah. I thought the font changed. I thought there was a different font. Or is the font just changed overall now? Am I seeing fucking fancy papyrus entering the room? Am I crazy? I held both of her hands. Try thinking about the future for once. Me when I'm manipulating my girlfriend. No, I wouldn't, but... Alba over here. Try thinking more than a week ahead. Look, you are really happy to move out, actually. Use your imagination and just think about it. You could be living with me in Halifax. What? Erica asked again, maybe sensing that the hypotheticals I was planting in her brain were equally hypothetical to me. Maybe more so. What was I talking about? In the future, what I'm imagining is, I continued for some reason, trudging ahead, digging a hole for myself. That we could be married? You sound like Nicole now. We're not so different. Are you serious? Maitlandish, born on the peninsula, working single dads. That's stupid, Erica said quietly. You're different people. I like you. You never had much choice. Erica gave me a blank look. We're not exactly on Lesbos here. She thought for a moment before something clicked. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Us and Nicole, yeah? So you do see we're not so different, I said, annoyed. But that's not my point. By the end of this year, this place is going to be empty. Just another stop on a North Atlantic trade route. I'm going to Halifax. If you go to Gloucester, then what does that mean for us? For us? She squeezed my hands hard enough that I felt my fingers buckle against one another. What could we even do if we weren't here? At one level, she seemed to accept that this was the end of life on Fort Colwyn. But the concept was so foreign that trying to imagine life after the fact made her dig her heels in even harder. You can add that to the patch. I notice it every time when I have to read it out loud. Made her digger, yeah, made her. Yeah, no, there is a word missing there. I'm double checking. That is not unusual prose. There you go. That's so fine. That's so many words. She entrenched herself like mad Andronicus who, unwilling to travel in any direction, laid prone in the crossroads and let the procession march over him. I stopped myself from saying, we could do each other for starters, and sending her into a more pitiful and self-destructive vengeful state. What I really said was equally foolish. There's so much to do off the island, in the city, on the mainland. We could see anything. We could do anything. Thus I have heard. Aye. There she is. It's Nicole. How's she doing? How's she doing? How's our girl doing? You're still on the left, chat? That's beautiful. One evening I was walking near the cannery and Erica came up to me. Yes, she did. She walked right... Yes, she did. She walked right up to me and asked me to my face if I would live here with her. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. It's just trump coded. To be honest, I wasn't sure what she was getting at, but I told her that I would, thinking it would just be through the end of the year. And you know what she did? She kissed me. She put her hands on my face and she kissed me. Then she took my hand and we walked around to the other side of the cannery, the side where the floor's going and the whole thing's sloping downwards towards the water. We slipped inside through a gap in the boards. She looked at me and I didn't know her eyes could be so bright like that. You know, everyone's supposed to leave this place. She asked me and I said, yes, I know. And then she stepped closer to me and I felt my face get hot because she put her hands on my waist and put her lips to my ear. You know, there wouldn't be anyone on this whole island ever again, she asked me, and I said, yes, I know, because I'm taking them away. She didn't say anything, but all these seeds have an entirely different when you didn't reach the conclusion I already reached here. It's crazy. Does Erica kill herself? Did Alba kill herself and then leave a long note? Is Alba even real? Is Erica imaginary? I guess it'd be even more different if you'd actually skipped the flashback scenes on our first run. I'll get the script flipped on me at some point here. I'm guessing the atmosphere is lighter during these scenes because I haven't reached the conclusion. Because the conclusion can only be something terrible, terrible. Some terrible sacred air is what I would be breathing in if I reach the conclusion already, going by the amount of basic smiley faces you've sent that scare me. She didn't say anything, but I felt like she stopped breathing and I could hear her brain whirring, so I said again, yes, I know, but I left out the other part. Then I felt her hand on my skin under my shirt, and this time I wasn't breathing. I probably held my breath for 3 minutes while she undressed me because I didn't want to say something stupid that would make her stop. And you know Alba isn't going to be happy, she asked me, and I said, yes, I know, but she's not going to be here anymore. You wonder, no really. I think for me this felt more like... This felt like more of an epilogue, while for you it's all still up in the air. It is all still up in the air. I mean, they're gonna have to leave the island. Clearly they're gonna have to leave the island. But... Don't give me more hints. I need to arrive there myself. This feels more like an epilogue. That's crazy. This is the story. This is capitalized letters. This is capitalized letters. That means it's the main story that's happening right now. How could it be an epilogue? Anyway, if you want to make out with the somewhat depressed grocery store clerk, that's the only other lesbian on your island that's maybe like 12 years older than you, you just annoy them long enough until traumatic life events make them weak and vulnerable, and then maybe they'll pull you behind the little store and touch you. And the fucking geese are back! Let's go! Okay, it stopped. It's different. This is actually a different animal than the animals that are in the scene where we were laughing at the animals. But like, you know, Alba's going to be, and she might cheat on her wife. In brackets, not her wife. Parentheses, brackets are square. Parentheses are round, maybe. You know, Alba isn't going to be happy, she asked me, and I said, yes, I know, but she's not going to be here anymore. Then I heard her brain whirring in a different way, and I felt her breath on my neck, then on my chest, and her nose was cold when it brushed against me, but her lips were warm, and her breath was warm. I figured I could say yes to anything she asked, and in return she would kiss me. She would put her hands on me, so that's what I did, you know? I kept telling her yes, Erica, over and over. And you know what? Eventually I was saying yes, Erica, but not because she was asking me questions. You know what I mean? Yes, you were having sex. Oh, I said yes, Erica, but no, Alba, I won't tell you everything we did because it's too embarrassing. But it's nothing you haven't seen before, I'm sure. Yes, of course I wanted to do all of that with her. And maybe it's a surprise, Alba, but I wanted it for a long time. So of course I said yes, Erica. Yes, Erica, we could stay here as long as you want. Stay by ourselves, stay in a new house every day, make love in a new bedroom every night, and yes, of course I could take care of the rest. Yes, Erica, I could take the Ocean Limited to Bath or Halifax for food and water and whatever else we needed, but no, I won't take you away. Yes, Erica, I won't make you go. No matter what she asked me, I said yes, Erica. Yes, Bernard. Yes, Marlowe. Yes, Mr. Wagner. Yes, artist of the ox herding pictures. Yes, I will. Yes, I would love to be yours, Erica. Wait. And we could be married and I would be happy to be yours wherever we are, she said. Why did she say yes, Bernard, yes, Marlowe, yes, Mr. Wagner? I thought she's gay. I don't quite understand this part. I think I would just move on. And we could be married and I would be happy to be yours wherever we are, she said. But then she got upset, so I said it all again except for the last part. That's what Nicole said. Thus I have heard. Two. It wasn't an I, it's a two. Nicole didn't approach me at the Nicole didn't approach me at the cannery, not looking depressed because she wasn't realizing that I wouldn't be going to Gloucester. She didn't tell me that she hadn't been not hiding something from me for many years. What she didn't do was ask if I didn't want to not stay here, not because she didn't think it wasn't possible, since, as you don't know, she hadn't developed some kind of feelings for me. This was such... reading out loud, fine. Reading out loud while understanding it, that is a challenge. She didn't ask if she didn't want to not stay here. She didn't do that. Did she not do that, or didn't she not do that? She has developed feelings for her. No, nothing like that didn't happen. Okay. Just don't imagine the knots. Yeah? And when I didn't ask why she did not look so unhappy, what she didn't tell me was that she hadn't seen FC as a dark place. No, but she said it wasn't the kind of place that wasn't best unenjoyed by those who hadn't not grown up. That isn't... She hadn't yet gotten to not try her hand at not being an adult. That was clean, but what is she actually saying? What is the kind of place? So she did say that, probably? It's the kind of place that was best enjoyed by those who hadn't grown up. That is, she hadn't yet gotten to try her hand at not being an adult. Should I read it out in the corrected terms? No, right? Thus, when her coming of age didn't unfortunately not line up with the decision not to hand the island back to Maitland, she didn't feel disappointed, no. It wasn't something more like not skipping one's graduation ceremony or honeymoon. Okay, so it was something like skipping one's graduation or honeymoon. And her coming of age, unfortunately, did line up with the decision to hand... Oh no, is this not a real knot or is this not a fake knot? My knees are weak. I need to sit down for the. No, I can't sit down. If I sit down, I lose all my energy. This is a a cruel twist that is played on me, the reader. So what didn't happen is that she wouldn't walk me to the other side of the building. Nothing to show me, nothing to tell me. And when we didn't walk right in, for as you don't know, the place isn't not open to the public, I felt unlike I hadn't re-entered my passive adolescence, much unlike the one Nicole wasn't growing out of at some other time. Okay, she's feeling young again. What I didn't feel, Alba, when she didn't suggest that I shouldn't count up from 10 with my eyes not open, and that after I hadn't not reached 8, I didn't feel her hands, which were nearly as strong as I hadn't expected nor forgot, grab my shoulders and her lips not press against mine. Okay, so it definitely did happen. Not because I hadn't fully unexpected that that's what she didn't want when she didn't take me there in the first place. No, no. Unlike nobody from Fort Colwyn who hadn't fondly forgotten once not taking their sweetheart behind the cannery and kissing them there. What I didn't feel even more than that was her hot tears not running down my face over the bridge of our noses. I won't tell you what I didn't see after that, Alba. I didn't see you, no, not at all, because you don't very well know exactly what folded there next. There was no way to not reconcile my imagination of what wasn't happening with my unreal conception of how you don't act when that cold heat of dispassion doesn't blaze behind your eyes. The way you don't pull me up to the ground and not take your hands off me. No, no, no. Not like Nicole, whose hands weren't clumsy and inexperienced, not pawing at my clothes unlike I was unlocked inside of a case. I don't feel like you might not be offended if I don't say that I wasn't thinking of not you at that time, but any hint that I might not have love-hated it doesn't feel equally as bad, yes? Did everyone get everything? Everyone get that? Well, it was shocking, and I swear I was thinking of you the whole time, waiting bored as hell for Nicole to finish having her fun. I got it too. And I think I did a better job reading it out loud than you expected by saying it might be hard to read out. It was actually kind of doable once you get the pattern. And then I managed to, obviously you just have to take out every single negation except for a few. I did see you. But I didn't see you. At the time I both saw you and didn't see you. But also I neither saw you nor didn't not see you. Does that make sense? That's what Erica said. Every single negation except for a few. Yes, well done, figuring out that pattern. I mean, that's a great way to describe it, I think. All of the above. Is this... Don't tell me. This is where I find out what's happening. It was summer vacation, and though classes were over, my time was split between Halifax and Fort Colwyn, and I felt burdened with the weight of responsibility. Responsibility to myself, to keep busy and to stay active during the break, to my father, to show him that I could be entrusted to make the passage on my own schedule without him, to Erica, who was asking for more of my time. In Halifax, I had to create my own opportunities to be with Ginny. Gone were the days of forced interaction where my classes practically had me in her lap, and our private moments after school where I sometimes literally was in it. Having the house to myself became an infrequent blessing rather than a given. Although I could sometimes coax Ginny out to dinner, in turn she would insist on driving to Dartmouth or Bedford. It was rare to have moments with her in total privacy. She flew into a panic if I so much as hinted at booking a hotel room, even if I offered to pay. Her car wasn't off limits, but location was critical. if we were driving through the middle of nowhere, we might stop off at an overclock, but only if it was one of the run-down, muddy ones that nobody wanted to visit. It wasn't romantic, but it was enough. However, Ginny grew increasingly cold towards me. She found excuses, workarounds, and loopholes at every occasion when I offered myself to her. I never got the impression that she came to dislike me, but rather that she was afraid. One night at dinner, she beamed as she gave me details about her new place in downtown Halifax. It was right on the Spring Garden Road. It was adorable, and she would finally be able to live on her own terms, without roommates breathing down her neck. That got my interest. In her jubilation, she ordered drink after drink, and while she held it well, it became my responsibility to take her home, to her new place, where she lived alone. She sobered up in the car, thank God. That's what I thought, at least. Ah! Based on the way she became quiet as we got closer to her destination. I didn't know this area well, and she directed me with short phrases and a low tone that carried her voice over an air of bitterness. Rather than being pleased or at least grateful to my demonstration of responsibility towards her, she forcefully shut the door behind us as we walked in. Dude, is Alba gonna kill her? Is Alba gonna cut her open and take her skin off and be like, I know you're in there, Mrs. Teacher. I know this isn't you. I'm sitting. I'm standing back up to read. Nah, they wouldn't do that. I don't know. I don't like that we're alone in her apartment. And she's drunk. And like, I don't trust Alba to be a... I played Walk in the Sun is the last one I played, alright? They're alone in her apartment a lot. No, she has roommates. She has roommates. They just said they don't fuck that often. They go to motels. She literally has roommates. They were at her house sometimes. And like she's starting to get really disillusioned with her. You know? She's like, all of this, she's gonna, I don't know, she's gonna find new courage. I don't know, you're the one making me spin up theories. And also the fact that like, that is part of the entertaining part of watching someone play the game, no? I can't commentate what is happening all the time, because I'm reading it out loud. So I gotta have my little moments where I throw out a wild theory, you know, for the people who've already read it like you, or the people who've written it to enjoy and be like, that's not what happens. Why is he thinking that? Huh? I mean, you were once in the position of having written a visual novel, and I have played it, and I had to throw out theories for you to be like, that's not what this not. So you get it from all the sides. So yeah, my theories are just a novel theory. They should do that. Yo, do you have a direct line to MatPat? Or like the Game Theory channel? They should make book theory. And they should have book... Do you think they should have... Because they have film theory and food theory and game theory. I think they should have book theory. And maybe conspiracy theory. Ba-dum-ba-dum. Okay, back to the really tense atmosphere here. I had to break it a lot. Because I'm afraid. Rather than being pleased or at least grateful to my demonstration of responsibility towards her, she forcefully shut the door behind us as we walked in. Do you know, she said, how bad it would be if someone saw us? If someone saw me drunk on your arm as you took me home? I decide not to comment on her decorative eye. on her decorative eye or the general pleasantness of her house. They might think me a courteous student. They'd think something worse of you. I don't think that's true. They'd think you're the kind of girl who pushes herself onto anyone. What would they think about you? I asked, feeling my heart beat a little faster. I gave her a hard look that invited her to continue. We can't do this anymore. You can't come here, and I can't go to your dad's house. Why not? I say, dumbstruck. You're not my student anymore, she said, taking a step closer to me. Am I reading her too drunk? That's the reason why? I took a step back and leaned against the wall, closing my eyes. There's no other reason for us to talk. She pushed forward, one pace closer. Mrs. Tolmie, I said, feeling the bite of panic at my throat. Ginny, she hissed, correcting me. She put her hands on my shoulders and held me to the wall. My eyes opened and looked into her intense gaze that verged on wildness. I couldn't tell if she was pushing me out of aggression or holding onto me for support. Her knees shook, and despite the animal look in her face, she avoided looking directly at me, even as my own eyes chased hers down. Then, is this over? She let go of me and stumbled a few steps backwards, suddenly looking meek, her eyes still turned away from mine, and her chest heaved as she took a few measured breaths. She didn't fall, but I was worried that she would. Please don't tell anyone about this, Albanel, she pleaded. Her face contorted as she staved off tears. Why would I ever tell anyone? I knew why, but I consider such matters private. Just don't, all right? It's for your own good, she said, exasperated. She finally looked in my eyes, but more at her own reflection than at me. Tell me, Ginny, I pleaded. Is it over? It never started. Nothing happened. Get out of my house, Albanel. So I walked alone into the streets of Halifax. It was late, and I was afraid to walk through this unfamiliar neighborhood in the dark. I knocked on Ginny's door to no avail. I yelled through the window, "Can I use your phone at least? I need a cab. Please?" She didn't answer, but a taxi pulled up after some time. A and B, especially A. Okay. I mean, that ended kind of okay. That ended well. It's not the worst thing that could have happened. It is interesting that now that the teacher's drawing the line, that she's drawing the line now at what? Surely she doesn't kill herself, right? In that exact moment. Surely not. Don't call me silly for that. Like, no, she doesn't. Okay, good. Then I don't know why I'm silly. I think that could have went way worse. I'm sorry. My mind goes to the deep, darker fantasy. You know, my deepest dark, the fucked up, twisted mind has darkness that you can't even imagine in it. What if one of them got hurt physically? Yeah, that's from the deepest, darkest places of my mind. You don't even know. I'm joking. I'm joking around. Alright, I'll find out why I'm silly soon, I guess, but, like, you know. I think it's maybe it's good. I don't think that relationship was healthy for Alba. Because she projected something onto Ginny that wasn't her. So I think it's good for her too. But she might not be processing it correctly. She might not be properly processing and learning from this, so that might be bad, but yeah. In theory, that kind of was okay. And by the time the leaves had lost their autumn brilliance, but had yet to fall, there wasn't much happening in Fort Colwyn at all. Most of the residents had vacated, so the vast majority of people going in and out were Moncton oil companies, and nearly all of that activity was happening Maitland side. Erica's store was still open, technically. Many days saw no visitors, and most of what she kept stocked was moving supplies, a fact that Nicole never failed to point out when she made the deliveries. Did she think it was funny, or was she just antagonizing Erica? I think she's flirting with Erica. At the time I felt Erica was being strung along, though to what end I couldn't imagine, nor did I care to speculate. She had become somewhat frigid towards me, enough that it was noticeable, but what shocked me more was how little it impacted the relationship we were still performing. Even after I learned that Nicole was staying overnight at her place during the weeks when I was back on the mainland. One morning in the early winter, Nicole invited me to board the Ocean Limited so we could talk about something. It was an exceptionally cold morning, especially so early in the season. The warm ocean steamed and its smoke danced atop the water's surface, occasionally pouring out over the breakwater and making a lethargic push onto land. Let me preempt whatever cruelty you think you're about to inflict on me. She gave me a hard look, then invited me to continue. I've already made my peace. You two are adults, you can do what you want. Still nothing, but her expression softened by a few points. I looked deep into her eyes, trying to get a read, but came out only with the impression that she looked quite mature. Her skin wasn't lacking in youthful fairness, and she had yet to fill out those gangly limbs that I had long associated with her silhouette. But behind her eyes I saw a reflection of Mr. Nicholas' old soul, her own amiable father. A woman, totally acclimated to a certain kind of life, a certain kind of interaction, having completely mastered the rules of her world. She's an island girl. I had become so lost in my own observation that she ended up breaking the silence herself. Haven't you ever thought about going to the US to be with her? What? I stammered, my focus broken. She wouldn't be happy anywhere except on Fort Colwyn. She is being made to leave anyway. Don't you think it would be easier if it wasn't just her and her parents surrounded by strangers in Gloucester? Wouldn't you want to have your girlfriend with you if you were having a big change in your life? Don't try and get in my head. Don't you think I've asked her this already? How about you moving to her or her moving to you? Her moving to me. You know I have work, my dad's work. And you can't work in America? You expected her to not only uproot her life, but to plant it back down somewhere new at your convenience? What about you? What's your secret? She's mad at me because of what my father's doing, but you're the one actually sending us off. Are you lying to her? You need to be real with Erica. You need to tell her the truth or she'll hold on to a lie forever. Maybe that's fine with you for now, but you'll learn soon enough that lying to her is like holding the wrong end of the knife. She'll deal with it when we sail away from here for the last time. At least I'll be there with her, she said. And not in Halifax with Miss Tallme. What do you want from me? I said, taking a step towards closer. Nicole, her. What could you do? How did you know? I pushed forward one pace closer. Have you been reading my mail? For how long? Nicole took a step back and leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. Nicole? No, was all she replied. No? What? I felt the unfamiliar gurgling of panic pushing up my throat. No, I haven't read your mail. I just see who's sending what to whom. Most of the time, that's all you need. So, who is she? I put my hands on her shoulders and held her to the wall. Her eyes opened. She was already on the wall. I don't know what I was doing. Your dad's friend? She continued. But you've been pen pals for so long. She laughed. Pen pals, yeah. Honestly, as long as I can remember. Even when I was just riding along with my dad for Halifax deliveries. I was either pressing her shoulders to the wall or using her as a means to stay upright. I looked deeper, sternly, into her face, trying both to figure her out and get my next sentence together, but she interrupted me. Oh my god, Alba, even when you watched me as a kid, you sent me off with letters for her. Do you remember that? How long has it been? I didn't remember, but I also couldn't think in one direction or the other. Oh no, Alba. Was she your teacher? Chad, can I take a second to tell you about the stupid thought I just had? Wait, actually, I'm reconsidering. Wait, no, it's stupid. For a moment I thought I'm reconsidering it's not stupid, and now I'm like, no, it is stupid. I was like, how old is Mrs. Tomiel now? Because, like, if she said she saw the lecture of the guy to the Coviel's paintings when when Alba was younger, and then my brain went, isn't Miss Tomiel like 70 years old now? And then I went, no, wait. If she was like, cause Alba was like 20 something when they were, because she was in uni probably, and then, well, if she's like 40, then now she's like 50, you know? Or she died from old age, she was actually 80 years old, and Alba is a granny lover. Anyway, let's continue. No, not the menacing smileys. Oh no, Alba, was she your teacher? Or was she never real to begin with? Nicole's eyes lit up with realization, having figured me out, unraveled my story, and steeled herself to run me through with the very needles I'd used to sew my lies so neatly together. On second glance, it was compassion that subtly animated her face, brows furrowed not in disdain but in concern or perhaps unease, lasting only a moment before morphing into the contempt that I had expected. That brief moment of tenderness is nonetheless what stings me the most until this day. I let go of her shoulders and stepped back, suddenly feeling meek. How long exactly? Nicole asked, shaking her head. About as long as Erica and I have been together, I replied. Was I being reprimanded? You're foul, Alba. I mean, has she been cheating on her maybe girlfriend and then later actual girlfriend? But she said at the start they weren't really like dating, maybe. Is this about long distance relationships? Who knows? Has she been cheating on her for all her life? Yeah. But Nicole has been hitting on... Nicole can act all innocent here. You're foul, Alba. I found my footing and a torrent of words sprung forth as I defended myself. I covered every angle, submitted myself to every possible humiliating moral position. I laid blame at the feet of every person who had failed me in the woeful journey to my current pitiful state. For some reason, I also asked Nicole for my forgiveness. The extent of what I said was too pitiful and too wretched to repeat here. Accept my apology for its omission. You put her in a bind, Nicole started, finding a dry spot in my deluge of excuses to butt in. For what? She gets to leave her life behind and you get to go back to the one you've spent years building in secret? It's been on and off for years. My voice cracked unconvincingly. It's always on and off, isn't it? On when you're back in Maitland during the school term and off when you're spending the summer here? Or is it on when you're wasting Erica's life on Fort Colwyn and off when you're with your... She paused. Your other girlfriend. So it appears, it strongly appears like she didn't properly they didn't properly end their relationship that time. I'm sorry, I'm not well versed enough in toxic relationships to have made the connection that would be the kind of fight that just happens, but they rekindle it afterwards. I thought Ginny was done. I'm not well versed enough in. I haven't read enough toxic Yuri stories. Don't think that's the implication here. Oh, okay, I don't know. Well, I'll keep reading. Just because you have 2 lives doesn't mean everyone else does. Wait, is Alba Miss Ginny? Go back. I went back. I might have overcooked on that fear. Yeah, okay. I hear you. Your other girlfriend? Just because you have 2 lives doesn't mean everyone else does. Yeah, I know. I overcooked. But I thought maybe I missed something in the text. I wish everyone else had 2 lives. I wish they did. What do you want from me? A trade. You can go back to your on and off girlfriend, but you have to cut it off with Erica. Formally. Tell her it's over, that's all. How was that a trade? And between whom? And what do you get? Nicole thought for a while, briefly pressing on her forehead with her thumb and little finger. Whatever is left of her, she offered. I know, I'm guilty too. I'm always telling her what she wants to hear. But I really am going to have to ferry her off someday soon. And I think it'd be best if she only had one life-altering realization dropped on her at a time. Lord, she sounded like she was my mother. Wagsamkeit. Wagsamkeit. That reads like a German word. To be courageous. No Wagsamkeit. You can see it between the chat right there. Etwas zu wagen. Wagsamkeit. Is that a word? Nicht Wachsamkeit. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Wagsamkeit. Whoa, it's a post... I knew it is a postcard. Okay, wait. Okay, I'll keep reading before I come up with any more stupid theories. Fort Colwyn and its daily movements worked on island time, despite the days rolling steadily to the final deadline its residents would ever have to meet. Those few residents who stayed through the summer and fall, who had missed the brief golden age where Moncton Oil was funding relocations and were instead leaving out of duty, showed less bitterness than I might have in their situation. Yeah, I would be fucking pissed. I'd be like, wait, what? You mean I had no check? No free house from the oil company? What the fuck? I would be pissed. I would, nah. I would, that's why you take the deal. That's why you don't stick it out. This is why you sometimes submit to the man for your own safety and survival. I'm so resistant to reaching a conclusion you have reached that you just started control. I have misread the story so long. Don't tell me yet. It's so funny. Well, I don't know if there's a conclusion to reach. I'm sitting down in my thinking chair for a second. Wait, I have to sit up too. I mean, maybe you're smart. Maybe I'm stupid. Okay, but so far, Alba has been cheating on her on and off long-term relationship girlfriend, but it seems like even when they're together, it's maybe not that crazy. And she's using Miss Ginny, but that one's also on and off, because clearly Ginny doesn't really. Well, she doesn't want Ginny. She wants Miss Tormio. So I don't know what she's doing there. You'll have to tell me about it once I get through this. Maybe, I guess it doesn't spoon feed it to me at some point. It's pretty funny. Yeah. It could have been that Camden was similarly compensating them for their inconvenience. The most eminent of eminent domains. I will never know. As expected, Erica chose to delay her departure until the end. Everyone else exited at a leisurely pace over a period that lasted from the falling of the leaves until the first chill gusts of winter's breath. Return trips were common as people packed things up and lugged entire lifetimes of belongings out of their homes, but they became rarer as the weeks passed on. As the final groups left their homes behind for good, activity on Fort Colvin, besides the incessant construction happening Maitland side, slowed to a crawl. Admittedly, I did not stay through that episode uninterrupted. I made regular weekend passages to Halifax, both on Moncton oil ships on business with my father, and on Mr. Nicolet's ferry for business and otherwise. Like his daughter, his face and effect had changed, though his mirth and particular wit had faded rather than increased. At least that was the impression I could gather from the stony attitude he adopted around me. It could be that his sageful jollity... Fucking jollity! Is that a real word? That's an awesome word. I mean, I can intuit what it means, but that's an awesome word. His sageful jollity had transferred to Nicole over the filial network of behavior. I didn't even finish the sentence. This is a crazy sentence. Over the filial network of behavior, and he had been left totally spent. Or perhaps he simply hated me for the trouble I, my father, had caused for him, Nicole, and his way of life, and was choosing to obscure rather than express his bitterness. And I know what the sentence means too, is the crazy part. That's sick. One day in mid-December, I returned to the shores of Fort Colwyn with the curious realization that the town had been totally evacuated. It had felt as much for weeks, but there was a brief moment when the Moncton oil ship had departed, taking with it a tired group of men, and I was the only living person around. And this is actually what I said early in the stream when I was like, I looked at the each page and read the concept, and I was like, it's like the town is abandoned. But I read that each page a week ago or something, when I downloaded the game to play it on Friday. But then I played other games. So now I could only recount to you what I remembered from a week ago and had to experience the rest for myself. I thought this would be happening earlier, this state of being in the Fort Colwyn. It had felt as much for weeks, but there was a brief moment when the Moncton oil ship had departed, taking with it a tired group of men, and I was the only living person around. I walked through the thick bank of trees that separated Colwyn's two sides, the road flanked with houses that had been vacant anywhere from a few days to nearly a year. They appeared sunk into the woods, sprouting from the ground amongst the bare broadleaves and hardy pines, a scene opposite from the verdure frame of summer foliage. I emerged into town, which was silent besides the winter wind whipping between the empty buildings, which I pondered upon. What would happen to these buildings in a year, 5 years, 20? Could they change hands again if our two brotherly nations someday came to blows? God forbid, but I wondered. I considered the fate of Minorca, laying my mental map of Fundy over the Mediterranean. Spanish rule, British rule, Spain again, and now apparently overrun with British tourists. Heads broken over pigtail steps, loves kindled in the governor's house regardless of what colors flew overhead. If my father's business collapsed someday and the color of life again flowed through these streets, would the empty houses be sold pennies to the dollar to any Canadian willing to live, at least part of the year, on a sorry little island twice as close to the rocky Acadian coast than to Nova Scotia's southern shore? My pondering concluded with the arrival of a rowboat in the eastern horizon, returning from the morning paddle in the frigid sea. When it had tied up at the breakwater, the island remained uninhabited. Just me and Nicole, 2 visitors, and Erica. Epilogue. This is the epilogue. You said earlier everything was the epilogue, but we have a dedicated epilogue. As it turns out, that was far from the last time Ginny and I met. Yeah, I intuited as much from the last scene. I didn't intuit it during the last Ginny scene. I graduated, went away to university, graduated. I know it felt like. I know I didn't mean that it actually was an epilogue. I did mean that you just said that it felt like an epilogue to a already concluded story to you. And that's okay. That was far from the last time me and Ginny met. I graduated, went away to university, graduated, and eventually moved to Fort Colwyn, but every time I found myself in Halifax, I would end up at Ginny's doorstep on Spring Garden Road. Often my knocks were answered with silence and I slunk away into the city. Sometimes the door would open and I would be faced with a woman I'd never met, and as far as I remember, it was a different woman each time. She would look at me, shake her head, and close the door in my face. Every once in a while, if I struck at the right time, Ginny would let me in. Usually it was a hurried affair with little conversation, and I would leave feeling as unwelcome as I came. But every few years I caught her at a better time. One time, after a tryst, she laid in bed and asked for tea. Tea? I asked, a little stunned. Yeah, the kind you drink? The kind you drink, she said in a dry voice. After a moment of considering the possible euphemistic properties at play and finding none, I stumbled out of her bedroom. I explored the total unfamiliar darkness of Ginny's kitchen, looking for a kettle and the kind of tea you drink. 10 minutes later, I was back at her bedside, pouring her tea as she read out loud. It was reminiscent of our early days together, and although I had become an adult, the whole situation felt more wrong now than it did then. So actually, I feel like she might have been a kid. I feel like she might have been underage. Because she said she then went to university. I think it was very close, if any. I had become so she wasn't an adult. You said she wasn't. You said she's probably at uni, but she said she went to uni after. I guess they said she graduated and then she went to uni and then she graduated. No. Problematic age gap? I'm joking. That's a joke. Saying not that it would be that it's problematic. It's the in theory, but saying problematic age gap is that's a trope. That's a common joke trope. Okay, let me lock in. It was reminiscent of our early days together, and although I had become an adult, the whole situation felt more wrong now than it did then. It felt servile and transactional with little hint of the passion, should I say, love, we shared in my school days. Compared to that, I felt like I was being used as a vessel for companionship and lust and tea at a moment where she was feeling low. After finishing a chapter, Ginny stopped and looked at me. I had crawled back into the bed beside her and was falling in and out of sleep, her voice being my only anchor into wakefulness. You need to stop writing so much. I need to what? I pulled on her voice and let her rescue me from the dark. I wish you would stop writing so much. In general? No, to me. Do you read everything I send you? I keep everything you send me. Then what's the problem if I keep writing? Ginny closed her book and put it on her nightstand, whose height was proportionally more of a stack of books than of its own structure. The problem is that I don't want to get your letters. I can't choose not to receive them, so you need to choose not to send them. You can choose not to open them, I offered. I wouldn't do something you asked me not to. Can't you respect that? I never asked you not to do anything, I said quietly. Ginny shook her head and went back to her book. And that's the problem. You never asked her not to do any. You do that. You gotta be a real person with like boundaries and thoughts. When I left, I almost wished she would have kicked me out as soon as we finished, like usual. That didn't stop me from coming back, though, even if I felt foolish standing at her door. It also didn't stop Ginny from sometimes inviting me inside. Even when she could fall victim to temptation, at least every once in a while. I would be in Halifax for some reason or another and would end up on Spring Garden Road as if I had never learned a thing in my life. I kept up my letters, but my visits became less frequent and my invitations inside less frequent still. I grew older and more distant, but I never relented. She grew older and became more reclusive. Erica and I became a couple. The ferryman had a daughter. My father's business outgrew its operation. Canada claimed ownership over Fort Colwyn. I kept a secret. That is how I spent the next 13 years of my life. Embarkation. Embarkation. Final 2 weeks of human habitation on Fort Colwyn passed at an agonizing pace. For Erica, this was an agonizing slowness, but for me, time stretched into something near stillness, as I spent every second catastrophizing over the conversation I needed to have with her. Earlier in the year, when I first realized the fate of our island, I spent countless hours imagining how I would prepare Erica for our final days here. At that time, my assumption was that I'd need to comfort her as she said her goodbyes. I'd help her pack up as she approached the catatonic state I knew the news would send her into. Instead, Erica seemed fine. In the mornings, she went with Nicole on the Ocean Limited service to Camden, which invariably returned with no additional passengers. In the afternoon, with nobody else to talk to, the three of us spent time in each other's company at Erica's store. We ate whatever we felt like and talked about everything besides the bizarre circumstances we found ourselves in. In the evenings, Nicole went home with Erica and I was alone. The town had taken on an alien air, to be sure, and the emptiness, especially at night, was unnerving. But the three of us spent those next few weeks in a kind of resigned comfort. One evening, Nicole was seeing her father off on his final journey from Fort Colwyn. The pronunciation there should have definitely been on final journey, but I go on relenting nonetheless. Not relenting. Fuck. His service had become mere formality months ago, and it was decided that he'd best pack up for the season and head home to Truro. I finally had my moment alone with Erica. It just got real. Said your goodbyes yet? Erica asked, looking through a mostly empty cooler for something to drink. To who? Not to anyone. I mean in general, she clarified, settling on a canned beer which had been languishing in the back of the cooler's yellowed shelves. She cracked it open, handed it to me, and revealed that it had a mate which was also waiting to be put out of its misery. We drank to the store's faithful service. Have you? You told me you weren't leaving. I'm surprised you're the one asking me if I'm ready to go. Though the way you put it sounds less like leaving a place and more like dying. When you really think about it, she laughed. A light-hearted laugh. Be serious, I said, frowning. She was taking this too well. I thought I would have to remind you that you're moving to Gloucester at the end of the month, I continued. Yes, I thought I'd have to remind her, then repeat myself to cut through her disbelief, then hold her as she came to terms, wrecked with sobs behind this realization she was about to leave her home behind. But now you're the one asking me if I've said my goodbyes? Erica squeezed and released the can, which made a popping and gurgling noise as liquid splashed inside. But her face was unmoved. Are you mad about that? I could be at your knees begging for you to turn back time, but what would that do? I can make my peace and move on. From the island? I asked, sounding stupid. From you, too, she answered. She looked right at me, no glimmer, no whir. It came automatic. Oh well. Well, I said, stupefied. To this day, I'm resentful of the way this whole conversation played out, but especially of the fact that she pulled it over me twice in rapid succession. I had spent days ruminating on how I'd break the news, keeping her feelings in mind and using the truth to cut through her delusions. All that yet she dispensed with me instantly, with a pure acceptance of the situation at hand. Don't be surprised, I'm not. At least, I'm not anymore. This isn't a place where things happen, right? People who want to go do things, they go to Bath or Halifax. Everything that happens here is passive, reactive, or a matter of circumstance. I lived here because my parents did, They lived here because their parents did, and they only came here to catch sardines. We're at the end of a chain reaction, a cycle about to loop back on itself. What was she talking about? Sounding like a doomsday prophet. It's not that dramatic. Fort Colwyn exists to be washed over. 100 years of foreign residency is an aberration, not the status quo. We're building some tanks. It's not that complicated. I thought it was his business and not yours. I do it because he did it, because his parents did it, because they're... I get it. It just shouldn't be a big deal. If we wanted to carry on, we could. The world isn't ending, we're only moving away. But that's not what you've been meaning to tell me, right? You weren't really going to say that one of us could go live with the other, right? You were never going to settle with me. You can't compromise. You were going to tell me that it's over, that it's time to move on. But you're only doing that for yourself. It was over a long time ago. You're the only one who's ever lived here who can't admit it. How did you know that? Erica shrugged. It was obvious, she said. Exit interview. Watching it fall into the distance, I realized this was the last time I'd seen Fort Colwyn with the eyes of someone who called it home. I closed my eyes and imagined our last conversation in Erica's store. Imagined, conjured, or deluded myself. How are you feeling? Relieved. Relieved? Really? Sure. What can I do now? Me and Nicole are headed to Bath, and from Bath I'll take a train to Gloucester. I'm a little sad. About what? You got the Ocean Limited. I'll be honest. I was also like, she got the I've literally thought she has the Ocean Limited. She literally, I'm a little sad. I'm like, I guess it's because she can't ride the Ocean Limited as often now. You have the Ocean Limited. Are you and your dad turning it in just like that? There are other islands. Just a little south from where you're dropping Erica off. There's enough islands to visit a different one every day of the year. That's a legend. It's a metaphor. She does have the Ocean Limited, yes. And now it's like a little nameplate for her, because Chad is on the right side. There you go. Don't be afraid. You can type without covering up the characters. None of those limited islands have Erica on them. Oh, what? Are you going to tie up at what? Are you going to tie up at my parents' house? Don't you need to get a job? Go pilot a ferry nearby and stay with Erica. My dad says I have to go to university. University, really? What do you give you the damn boat for? When are you starting? He's been promising me the Ocean Limited since I was born. Maybe before that. Now that we've wrapped things up on Fort Colwyn, he says I can't be following in his footsteps anymore. So, when are you starting? I don't know yet. I'll have to apply for the next semester. I'll be late for the party again. What about you, Alba? Tell us how you're feeling! I'm a little seasick. That's not what we're asking. I guess maybe we're interacting with it. You still get seasick? I don't think I've gotten seasick since I was born. Maybe before that. Where will you go next? You mean after Gloucester? What's the point in thinking that far ahead? After I graduate? Halifax. Hopefully somewhere near Gloucester? Or near my dad. But those are opposite sides of the bay. And I guess I'll need to go somewhere I can find a job. But I'll have the ocean limited, so maybe I'll just go back to that. What will you miss? Are you serious? I'll miss everything. The town, the people, the water, winter. I'll be bringing some of it home, though. My parents and I, that's what I mean. Fort Colwyn or Massachusetts. Both places are conventionally real, but they're both superimposed names atop systems of disparate parts, and that's what this whole story is about, isn't it? There was no Fort Colwyn. It wasn't either of you or me, the organized township, the historical record, or the land that emerged from the sea itself. And there is no Massachusetts. So what's the difference if we've left or not? More than that, what's the point in thinking that far behind? This is the part where Alba gets really upset that she can't date. She can't date Erica anymore. Cause suddenly Erica is talking how Alba just fucking wanted her to talk all the time. I was like, why are you hitting bars like no point in looking so far behind? Why are you doing awesome prose now, Erica? Where was this when we were having tea? When we were fucking in the when we? Why didn't you do this in the bedroom, Erica? No, I. Please act like you're my teacher, please. What? 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 Really? Oh, she actually hit the really. I think I nailed the character. I think I understand the character. I think really is the summarize is a summation of what I just said. Summation, word of the day. Learned that in this game. I knew of the word before, but I'll miss Erica's parents' restaurant. Remember how many hours you two spent watching me there? Tahaha. Days, weeks even. You tried to get me to eat, but I didn't like seafood. I remember throwing the biggest fits. Imagine that. Who was that little brat? That was you. Are you sure it was her? Yes, it was me. I'll miss doing nothing. What a great place for lazy people it was. Alba, people actually worked year round, unlike you. But the way you dedicated yourself to your writing, music, art, whatever, all of that was hot. Whoa, what the hell? But when you finally started working with your dad, all this happened. Wish you would have stuck with the art stuff. I couldn't just tell him no. Come on now. Let's play nice. What would you rather forget? The way people looked at me when they were shipping off for the last time. What was I supposed to do? And what's the point in thinking it's my fault? That's a question you should have asked yourself at the end of last year. I think it was technically her dad's business, not hers. And what's the point in thinking about this now? My dad's been planning on making me take over the business since I was born. Maybe before that. I'd rather forget the way Alba changed once she started working for her dad. You'd always been warm and pleasant ever since I met you back when we were kids. Maybe before that. When did you become such a hard ass? I haven't changed at all. I wish I could forget what people said when I was taking them to bath for the last time. What did they say? Were they mad about Moncton oil? Or was it something more general? I'm trying to forget, Alba. You're not helping. You will never forget. It'll work itself into the folds of memory and come out in the way you act, talk, breathe, sleep. Folds like clothing, like sewing. It'll disguise itself as your subconscious mind. You won't even know. But does that mean I'll remember it? Not necessarily. then I suppose it's fine. What do you regret doing? I regret not asking Erica to put a ring on me. You are a child. I have the ocean limited. I regret all the time I spent agonizing over deliveries. I really felt that the walls would come crashing down if the latest Beam catalog came in late. Did you really care about that? No, but the customers did. How much of your life did you waste on the phone with the distributor? Weeks, months even. You're so dramatic. Listen, these folks had serious expectations about that damn catalog, okay? Half the islands had been getting it delivered to my parents' place since I was a baby. Maybe before that. Can I change my answer? Go ahead. I regret burning down the post office. Burning the post office down. Excuse me? It's a metaphor. Alba, what do you regret doing? Alba? Alba? Oh, she's not answering. When did you know it was over? Sweet background. I'm I'm interpreting as this being based in reality, at this being vibes fitting pictures of the island, if not a island, but I would say the island, the Fort Colwyn, which is a real mood vibe setter. That's really good. It has been all along, if I had to guess. If not, if not just to set a, if not something that just looks like it, but I would have, if I had to guess, I would say it is it. And it has been all along, but it feels like now we're getting a lot of images right now, different shifting backgrounds, so that's why I'm pointing it out. When did you know it was over? There was a point when Alba's letters stopped coming every day, and I knew something was wrong. I knew it was over when Alba looked like her dad. That's like the first line. Is that what you were implying, Toasty? You were like, she looks like her dad, it's over. This girl's a lesbian. She does not like that her girlfriend looks like her dad. That's when it ended, actually. The first scene after the, this is like the first scene. That's why everything else was an epilogue. Because Erica knew it was over when Alba looked like her dad, which she pointed out at the start. No, I will get there. I can feel we're close. We're close. It was that day when they went off to Halifax. You even knew back then? But you were so upset. Of course I was upset. But yes, I knew. Then you had me beat. I didn't really know it was over until later when my dad reminded me that nobody could live on Fort Colwyn anymore. You don't think we're getting there anymore? Yeah, I don't think so either. But just let me finish this untainted by rival theories and anything like that. You couldn't figure that out from the beginning? I guess I have a blind spot. Who experienced the greatest suffering? I think we all experienced a great deal of suffering. That wasn't really what she was asking, I don't think. No, Erica is right. One of us suffered because it's painful to grow up. One of us suffered from regret of what she'd lost. The other one suffered because she could never move on. Care to tell us who is who? Not particularly. Who is at fault? Alba. Alba. Alba? Again? That was a real everyone's pointing fingers turned in. She's like, fuck, yeah, you got me. Will you forgive her? I already did. I was never mad at her in the first place. Besides, what's the point in thinking so negatively for longer than a moment? Are you in love? Yes, but I don't think Erica feels the same way about me. Can you give my poor heart a rest? I've just gone through a breakup. All she did was make it formal. It still hurts. I'm sorry, Erica. I should have done it a long time ago. The fact that I waited this long was pure cruelty, even if I didn't mean it. I just said I forgave you. Really, what's the point in dwelling on the past? Alba, how long has it been since you felt anything towards her? Be honest. The call I just said. Months, years even. Maybe since before I was born. Oh, this time she didn't say it. Would you return? I didn't think it would actually say it. But it was the phrasing. It wouldn't make sense there. Yes, I would return. Yes! Yes. Well, look at these. They're craft. This is their. This your craft. This they're crafting the game. This is 10 meter. They're crafting the logo for the game right here. I can tell. I can tell by the colors of the thread. This is gonna make the logo of the game. This is the backside. They're gonna flip it. Postscript. The postscript. Once again, I found myself at Ginny's door on Spring Garden Road. She must have known I was coming. More than one letter and at least a week preceded me. Evening was falling, and as I approached, a light at one of her windows was snuffed and a curtain tightly drawn. So it's going to be one of those days, I thought. That was fine. How many of those days have I spent at her doorstep? But this time felt different. Fort Colwyn was in the past, and so was Erica and Nicole too. I took the ferry back to Canada and, since it was no longer of any use, left it behind. I knocked. No answer, as expected. I knocked again, and I heard a door inside open up and close. I put my ear to the front door and listened. Beneath the din of the streets and the thump of my heartbeat's echo, I thought I could hear a faucet running. Running, but no splash. There she was. I was growing impatient, though. I knew this time was different, but did she? "Ginny, please!" I shouted, my lips pressed against the door. I knocked a little harder, waited, then did it again. And again. I knocked until my knuckles rang with every strike, and I could feel the reverberations in my elbow. I alternated between knocking until my arm grew tired and listening until my mind grew frantic. My knees felt weak after some time, and I sat before the threshold, pressing my forehead to the door and letting tears fall at my feet. I was here. Gee, look at that. She's a student again. Oh, shit. She's back. That's bad, maybe? I was here. I was unattached to anyone else. I was home in Halifax, and I was more than old enough to live for myself, decide for myself, and give myself completely to my first love. All of that. And she was here, too. Here she was, but she refused to see me. Here she was, but she refused to listen. Here she was, but she was gone. Gone. Gone to the other shore. Gone beyond to the other shore. End. Assembled from documents, photos, artifacts, and oral histories held by the Marana Township Historical Preservation Society. Additional material graciously provided by the Moncton Archives at Helagon City Museum. That's fire. That's heat. This is what we saw back. This is heat. Okay, I would sit down now. If you've been wondering, I've been standing for like the past 2 hours. Not 4 hours, but like 2. Oh, sitting feels so good. Okay. Surely she's just taken a bath, right? And she just doesn't want to talk to her, right? Okay, let me give my thoughts and feelings, huh? Hopes and dreams and my last goodbyes. Nah, it's not a last goodbye. I'll be back. I'm not turning it off instantly either. Though I won't be playing milk, as the title says today. I'm all out of reading juice. Wow, what a treat that was to read. That's first and foremost. I'm unsure what you were hitting so many smileys about. Maybe I missed it. Don't explain it immediately. It's just one of the first things that are on my mind here. Here's Kaze High. Awesome. I mean, this game is so pretty. The prose is great. The writing is great. It looks unique. It looks great. But what do we take from this? Right? I know we were joking. I know at the start I was explaining the premise of like the big company is forcing the people to leave their town behind. And you said, Toasty, you said jokingly, maybe not jokingly, it's about capitalism. And I agreed, because a lot of stories are at some point in their core about capitalism. But I don't think this is about capitalism much at all. The nature of the relocation happening, I think, does not inform the story all too much. In that it's not, you know, I don't think it wants us to think that, you know, I don't think the takeaway is Moncton Oil really shouldn't have told those people to relocate from the island. I think this was a way closer personal story. It's easy to say it's in parts about growing up, is it not? But that's an easy thing to always say. To hint at it again, line of Gidi got was there's a difference between telling all the truth but telling it slant and telling lies. And the fact that Ginny's saying that hurt her. Let me ruminate on that in a moment. Also, can you give me the definition of slant? I feel like slant is probably synonymous with like sly or like in a, you know, skilled way that makes it appear a certain way. Or like in a, you know, manufactured fashion, yet not a lie, but this might be the first time. That's how you figured it out? Okay, look, this is the difference. I can't just Google every single word. I'll type it into the good old schräg. Oh, like slanted. I still don't see it. Don't tell me yet. I'm still I know you're not. I know you're gonna not jump scare me with the thing. Yeah. It's about... It's easy to say it's about growing up, but it might not be. You might just be silly and wrong. I really want to know though. Okay, I'm really interested in your interpretations of things. But I want to give mine first. And I think you get that. Yeah. But I don't think growing up is just kind of what happens here. If anything, the little outro interaction where it was Alba, I think, says for one of us it's the pains of growing up. I think it's Nicole. I think Nicole is the one who, you know, knew them when she was a child and now still knows them as a young adult. For the other two, growing up, I don't want to say it didn't play a big role, but it, you know, it's not as... I mean, you could say that Alba never really grew up, if you want to write a witty line. After all, at the end of it all, she remains unchanged, sitting next to her old teachers, her first love's door, still hoping for it to let her in. Nothing. I mean, everything changed for her, not bound to the place or the ex-girlfriends anymore. But yet the outcome is the same. I think what is far clearer to point at is that it's about, like... It's definitely some part about memory. It's about attachment. Human. It's about being human. That feeling of just, you know, just going. Yeah, as I'm trying to twiddle it out, as I'm thinking about their relationship and how it just kind of went on because it went on, I'm remembering that yes, this is very clearly part of what this is about. After all, there is that part there at the outro where the characters very explicitly state, my parents did this and their parents did this, and so I am doing this. It's not something you have to do, I think the game definitely says. Might be easy, but it's not the only option. After all, Nicole very clearly is... Well, all the characters are being... Not all. Nicole is very clearly being broken free from doing what my father did and what his father did by being sent to university. Alba, I would say, remains unchanged. Maybe with some weight lifted off her back, but she is still... She looks like her dad, as Erica says at the very beginning and at the very end of the game. And Erica, I think she will change. I think she is not, at least the part of her that was following her parents in living in Fort Colwyn, that part is changed now, because they had to move. And if I could say all the words that I can barely remember from the itch page. I could tell you it's about intertextuality and those kind of more meta words about it's about narrative. I mean, it is quite literally about narrative. We cannot forget that this whole thing hasn't been told to us only from Alba's perspective at all points. Yeah, it is quite... I know it's about... I remember reading that on the itch page. Okay? It's a little too easy, though, to just start out with saying that. I needed to find how I get there by walking through all my thoughts and slowly, surely sorting them into neat little cabinets, and then attach little notes to the cabinets with strings that connect to certain parts. You didn't actually read the itch page. Awesome. I mean, like I said, I've just kind of illustrated how I'm kind of managed to get there myself by being like, well, there's this, and this. It's all about her. I mean, the intertextuality part of being like a story being told like this or a story being told like that, being one of the first things we hear Alba and Ginny discuss at the start, while the story right before that tells us about how its own structure functions. It's it's waving with a big lamppost, waving at us and being like, hey, this is one of the themes. But puzzling it all out still is great. Yeah. Oh, this title screen is also so sweet. And I mean, it's not just about... I mean, it's also obvious, it's mixed media, no? I mean, it's not just in the way it tells its narrative, like chapter word structure wise, it's also in the structure of the whole layout, it being photographs of places, drawn art of characters, it being real knitted images, all of that. That's really sweet. It's really awesome. And what? It took me like 4 hours. Okay, I gotta double the reading time that it says on things. Double plus a little bit, I think. I do think this was a little bit of a stringent read-through. I think I kind of tried to get through it without like tripling the reading time. One, because I felt like I wanted to experience it in one sitting and not, maybe that sitting not be 6 hours, and because it's a writing that really just pulls you along. I would still have to sit on it a little longer to write a little review. It says 1.5 to 2 hours, doesn't it? Maybe I'm hallucinating words. But yeah, it's reading it out loud and no, okay, I'm hallucinating it. Alright, I'm hallucinating numbers that I remembered. Well, I'm not surprised that it obviously takes longer if you read it out loud and talk about things as they're happening. I think reading this in 2 hours though must be nice, just crushing through it. Oh, reading is so sick when you don't have to read it out. Reading out loud is fun too though. I'm just always a little afraid of the microphone makes me sound as good as it could, but a better microphone is for when I have a better money. No. I think it's fine. So I've given some general strokes of what I think the game is about. What its themes are. What would I say is a main message if I had to synthesize one? I'm not sure. It's the kind of game that makes you think. About life, about meanings, about words. About what it means to be somewhere. Meanings of words, phrases. What's an I love you if you have a second girlfriend that isn't actually even your girlfriend, you know? Nicole whispering sweet nothings to Erica just to get her to affirm. By the way, YouTube, if you're still watching, leave a like. That's crazy. This is the yapping portion. Don't be surprised, Twitch. I like calling out to the YouTube watchers. Maybe the, 5 people that made it so far hear this and feel special. You are special. You're more special though. If you want to be more special, then you gotta watch on Twitch. There. Sorry, that interrupted my beautiful philosophical musing. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to give a proper thinking of like a little thesis. Within the next 30 minutes or something, so. And I do like thinking about that, but for now I can just say I really enjoyed it. It makes you think. The writing is just great. It's a little story, like self-contained, or kind of like 2 stories that connect. But they are pieces that point at the bigger things, as is so often the case with a good story, is it not? Alright. Well, Toasty, do you want to enlighten us? What is the conclusion? What is that so woeful conclusion you reached about this game that you were expecting me to realize? Oh, you didn't want to chime in with low, thanks. Thanks for making it, it's great. I'm happy you enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. I want to figure out what Toasty was thinking now. It was so sick. That was so sick. Wait, I gotta follow you on like Blue Sky. I can't miss the next drop. I can't miss the next novel. The quote, there's a difference between telling all the truth but telling it slant and telling lies, right? That's something about storytelling. It just felt like you realized something, Toasty, or you came to some conclusion that tinted everything in a certain way. That led you to believe that every scene itself is the truth, and therefore all the truth is told throughout the game, but is told in a wrong and slant way. As in, biased by the perception of our biased narrator. Is that it? As in, she is retelling the events the way she wanted to see them, or the way she saw them. I really thought you had something like... I really thought there was some dramatic thing. Kaze, I tell the other people on the team, I think, was it just you and Pipili? I'm gonna butcher that name. You'd have some supplemental writing and bibliography on itch. Maybe I'll check that out later, but yeah, for now I'll stew on it a little more. But yeah, tell everyone on the team if you see him. This is awesome. So okay, what do you got here? Do you think the lie was that all the lowercase chapters are flashbacks and they actually start to overlap after some time? Meaning that's how you're meant to figure out that Ginny's story is not just a thing in the past, but she is rather still cheating on Erica. She did an amazing job. Yeah. Kaze, did you? I could check this out on itch. I have the tab open somewhere here. I can see who did what. Okay, you did. She did the art. That's awesome. Character design, illustration, the embroidery too, collage, and you're the graphics, music, programming. You did the music too? Wait, the music is so sweet. Photography, story. I mean, you're killer combo. This is great. I see what you're saying, Toasty. I see. Yeah, at some point that I see now your what your the hieroglyphs you use. No, hieroglyphs. I'm trying to quote memes now. The emojis make sense with this interpretation. Oh no! Oh no! You got timed out. Ah, sorry. I gotta give you permit. There. I could still see the link though. Wait, I can still, but you can post it again so Toasty can see it. You don't need. Sorry. I really need to turn this bot off. There's not enough people in here that. There's not enough people in here that there's ever been like anyone posting malicious links, or that it wouldn't be easy to just stop it. Oops. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Oh. Your favorite line is a reference. You unlocked additional reading. You unlocked additional reading. Yeah. With your interpretation there, I can totally see now how you would see that. I personally, even with that, I mean, the conclusion that you arrive at is correct. I do just think that our first scene at the dock was already, the first scene when we were at Fort Colwyn was already past all of the flashbacks of them hanging out we saw. But it did still, she still was drawn to Ginny, as it were, after, during that time too. But I do think all the flashbacks were before that, even the later ones. Well, maybe not no. Like the latest one that was... The very last one is not a flashback, right? The very last one is after everything, but I think all the ones before that happen before she even arrives in the first scene on the island, where Erica says, "You look like your dad." And it turns out that, Alba has taken, is following in footsteps, and also not true herself. Well, that's a lie. Your favorite line is probably, "This one was an illusion that wished to use me to cast itself into reality." But the other one just had a big emphasis. That one was heat. There's a bunch of heaters in this. This is... I'll be honest, I am at a painfully slowly pace, making my way through Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian. I have been for the better part of this year, because I simply read like 10 pages while I'm on the train to work. And that book also has some heaters, but in this, it also felt like there were some phrases of words that were just fucking sweet. that Blood Meridian, I'm like, that's sweet. Well, that is what the story wants us to believe, but I think that a lot of the lowercase scenes did happen after the initial start of the story. Maybe I'm placing the initial start of the story further back in time than I thought. Because the initial start of the story is only like the last year. Not that it matters, since they were already kind of going out during that first scene. It's like during the scene where she actually gets to Ginny. I think where she justifies it to herself in past tense that at this point she wasn't truly going out with Erica. It was probably more like a friendship, and she wouldn't even know if Erica like saw it the same way as like a relationship. I mean, at that point it should have been clear that even if that at the very least that was going on while she was dating Erica, so there, there's that. Our story is so fun. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay. Well, I'll be cooking a little bit still on this. I'll see if I can put my thoughts and feelings into one little blue sky post. It's been kind of fun to... I say it's been kind of fun. The only one I've done it so far for was 205 clicks that I wrote a tiny little blue sky post for in one click summarizing like the game. But I like being in a character limit and having to really narrow down the essence of a review into just a few lines. So I'll see if I can come up with something here. This is going to be on my mind for a bit for sure. And I'm so thankful for watching. If you watched all of that, that's super sweet. Thank you so much, Kazuya, for making the game. Now is a great time to follow if you feel like it, and that's when I find out if my follow alerts work, if someone follows that is here. Don't unfollow and follow. Keep your long follower streak for when I blow up big. It'll be like an OG baseball card. They work! Thank you for following. They genuinely weren't working. They genuinely weren't working recently. They genuinely weren't working during one stream and I missed 2 followers. I'm glad to see they're working. Thank you for the follow. This VOD will also be on YouTube, but probably like end of the week, but you watched here. And that's sweet. Okay, if you want, my blue sky is down below. My Twitch VODs are down below. I played some other visual novels too for the visual novel heads. And I hope you have a great start into your week. Loner Dog next stream. At the start of this, you said I shouldn't play Loner Dog on stream because it's crazy and I shouldn't play it. I know you're joking. I know you're joking. All right, I wanted to hang up a shelf today, but instead I read for a long time. But that's nice. I'll hang it up on Wednesday. I'll do a shorter one on Wednesday. Chat. Where was I? Ah, yes. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Kazai, for showing up. How did you find this? Wait, who informed you? Did you just see a pop-up that someone's streaming in the 10 Metre Tide notification? In the 10 Metre Tide category? It's so sweet that you have a category for it on Twitch that I could select. I was very happy about that. It wasn't you. Someone sent it to you. Okay. That's great. Someone saw it. It worked putting it in 10 Metre Tide and putting out the little blue sky post. Alright. Yeah, yeah. It's really good. I like this. I'm looking forward to more. Maybe at some point. I know writing takes time. Toasty's still working. Toasty's still working on her novel. The second part. And yeah, it was great. Great way to spend a Monday afternoon. You are working. I know, that's what I'm saying. You are working, it just takes a while. I know. I get that, like, I can't expect another banger novel immediately. My expectations are tempered. I work with game devs. Okay? Don't worry. I hope you have this great Monday afternoon. I hope you have a good start into your week. And amnesia tomorrow. you better, Toasty. Okay, now chat is going wild. I want to wrap it up sweetly and chat's going wild. No, take your time, Toasty. Here, wait. Should I decide where to put 10 Metre Tide on the toxic Yuri scale? Should I? I don't think so. Maybe I should? Oh yeah? Okay. We do that and then I'll end the stream. Alright. But it cannot take too long. I don't want to keep you here forever. Okay, we hit quit on that. And I guess I'll open it in Krita. It's just one picture, that's true. I just have to open up the whole thing. Okay. We'll go fast. We'll go fast like the wind. I should have kept it up for the vibes, for the music vibes. Chad, I'm not sure where to put it. It's not. I don't think it's that toxic. It didn't feel that toxic. Where's Krita? Oh, it's on the right screen. It should be on the left screen. And then select it. What do you mean? Did you think it was very toxic? I mean, what Ginny did wasn't great, but or like not Ginny, like Alba, but like I thought it was kind of light, you know. Uh, you want to move Signalis further left after more consideration? Okay. Chad is the toxic Yuri scale. We move it over here, something like this. Okay, like below, walk in the sun. It's see-through. Oh, oh my god. Yeah, yeah. It's the this is Deltarune Snowgrave route. Very toxic. Not actually Yuri. Deltarune, Suzel. That's pretty wholesome, but not Yuri. Sarah, all the way wholesome, not pretty Yuri. You wanna slam the top right corner, you gotta play 1,000 Exorcist. I gotta play 1,000 Exorcist. This Red Link was saying it, Toasty's saying it. I think I have to play it. I can slap the top right corner full on. I'm gonna. Okay, you caught me. I'm waiting for a Steam sale. Okay, I'll wait for it. I'll get a sale. I mean, I've played Signalis. You still have the key. All right. Don't put the key in chat. I'll. I won't play it this week. We'll circle back to it. Wait, if I have the key, I actually have to pay it. Okay. But yeah, we gotta. In Stars in Time is like not quite. I wouldn't call that much Yuri, but they're kind of gay. I guess there's a little bit Yuri in Stars in Time. 205 clicks. I thought that was pretty wholesome, actually. He kind of found self-determination. Uma Musume, clearly wholesome. I would put it further towards Yuri, but I don't think Toasty is ready for that yet. Chad is just not ready. I've the Jill Valentine figurine that's gonna arrive at my house any day this week, actually. It's supposed to arrive August. I've pre-ordered this. I just put that here to flex. We got Mindwave. That's the YouTube founder I made. You can barely read it. This could still move. I only played the demo for this. This could still move. Oh yeah, and I mean, the last 2 weeks I literally played Mouthwashing, Signalis. Wait, I think that's it. Wait, I was like, I played so many of the classics. Oh no, I played Ina Dream Barbecue 2 after finishing Deltarune. But yeah, a 1,000 X resist is on the horizon. No, let me grab the picture for 10 Metre Tide, and then I can put it on there. Council, start deliberating. Not in my graphic designs folder. Put it in the YouTube thumbnail folder. Like I said, I thought it wasn't that toxic. Maybe it didn't just it probably was kind of toxic. It just didn't read as toxic because it's that dry toxicity. It's not exploding and hurling harsh words at each other. Toxicity. It's the kind of stillness, that kind of toxicity, that just not talking to each other, not being honest with each other. A lake slowly freezing over until that doesn't quite work. It needs to be something that freezes and then breaks. But yeah, so maybe it's higher on the toxicity scale than I thought at first. My first thought was it's not that toxic because they're not, they're not, no one killed themselves. Watch out, 10 Metre Tide jump scare. It breaks because the ocean limited breaks through. True. It's pretty Yuri. It's up there in Yuriness. It's actually, it might be the most Yuri out of these. The scale might have to adjust. It's more Yuri than Sere, because in Sere they like kissed and held hands, but in this we kind of got a glimmer of description of, you know what? It might be like here, yeah, like kind of like here. It might kind of be like right there. This is a different kind of toxicity though than like Walk in the Sun. Walk in the Sun is that manipulative, but it has its own toxicity of this like this quiet. You know, the non-communication, keeping secrets, yeah, yeah. That fits there in Signalis. Do you want to move? Do you want to move your game for part one? What is the picture for part two, Toasty? Do you want to move it? I think it's good there. We can't move everything around every time I come back to this, actually. So let's not. Let's not. Let's put Ten Metre Tide there where it fits in well. I'll save this. I decided to do it this way. We can split them up once part two is out. Okay. Hey, I just really like this image, okay? So I wanted to use this one instead of a part one image, okay? Toasty, plug your visual novel in chat right now. Wait, no, no, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, I still have a postcard. Do you still have postcards? Yeah, now you can plug your novel if you want. You're an author too, girl. Uh, I still have a postcard of that. I have two of those. Do you still have any of the postcards? Did you keep a last one? Because if not, I'm gonna make sure you get one of them of that image. I actually have one hanging on the hot water on the water cooler. It's not a water cooler. I basically have one magneted to my fridge. Okay. You forgot? I thought they were. I thought it was special when we handed out those postcards. All right. That's where amnesia is. I gotta plug my friend's novel. You know, I gotta plug it. You don't think you have any of these anymore? Sad. That's where 10 Metre Tide goes. The council has spoken. 1000x resist might just slam into the top right once I play it. Once I play it, I cannot get around playing it anymore. I think also it's been long enough since I watched like Jacob Geller talk about it, so I'm at that point again where I don't have as many impressions of it in my brain immediately. All right, now YouTube. By the way, YouTube didn't see us making this. This is the first time. This is YouTube. This is behind the scenes view. I I'll just keep the thought going, man. Okay, it was great having you. Toasty, you're here. Kazehai, thank you so much for dropping by. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You made a sick game. I'm glad I got to share my reading with it. I hope it was fun. Uh, Red Link, you were also here. I don't know if Kauser Khan is still here, lurking. Yeah, he is. Sorry, I just don't mean to call it out. I'm just like, so many people are here, hear me read. Thank you, Red Link. Yeah, thank you to Flows, also was here. Flows was just lurking the whole time too. I shouldn't call out the lurkers. Anyway, we got this. With this, you can go on and have a snack, have some food, have a wonderful start into the week. And I'll be back on Wednesday playing some more video games, I think. I'll be honest, on the weekend I played Merge Maestro for 10 hours. Look that shit up on Steam, it's crazy. Or don't if you want to be productive. Alright, I'll leave you to it. Hope I'll see you again. Okay. Have a good one. Bye bye, Chad. Dog coded bye bye. Toasty, you're not beating the allegation.